You are now
Hold on.
live.
Okay. May I have a motion to reconvene?
I'll move to reconvene an open session.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, pursuant to Code Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, how do you certify? Ms. Perhobert?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Turkel?
Aye.
Mr. Shudy?
Aye.
Ms. Singh Smith?
Aye.
Thank you.
We have a motion for action.
Move to approve the personnel as presented.
For a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so don't forget now, hopefully if everybody can hear us, that we talk in our mics. Okay, so we are going to start with audience comments. Audience comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Those who are physically here wishing to speak should fill out a speaker's card and present it to the clerk. We'll start off with those folks who are here, and then Dr. Bishop can read off some of the emails that he received. Ms. Ware.
Yes, ma'am. First person I have is Chris Rosen. Ross, is that pronounced that right?
You did,
Thank you.
I'll stand back here. Start my timer here.
Do you mind wearing that?
So,
Do you mind?
oh, no, yeah, I do mind, yes. So,
Well, it's required. I think we need to
to
keep with that.
be this far back from the mic.
Yes, it's everybody. It's, when you're talking, it's actually when the mask is
Oh,
more
okay.
important.
All right, there we go.
Thank you.
Let me start my timer here. So I'm Chris Rosen, a parent in the community, a board member on the Clarke County Education Board, as well as active in the Rotary Club. And my wife Stacy is here with me tonight. And just want to say thank you to the board and Dr. Bishop and Mr. Calvert for everything you've done in terms of preparing the community back in the spring, as well as currently as it relates to the current COVID crisis. So really appreciate all of the hard work and extra hours that everyone's gone through as it relates to this. And the return to school plan is very well thought out, given all of the guidelines and recommendations. So I wanted to just share with the board and the community and my fellow community members, we have to be very careful in this crisis not to overcorrect. So if you're driving down the road and your car gets in a ditch, you have to be careful not to jerk to the other side of the highway, right? Because you'll have a head-on collision. I think everybody learns that when they take driver's state. So the important thing to note here is as you're processing all of this information from federal, state, local point of views, it's important to consider that our community is a very rural community. And we have had 60 cases with 6 hospitalizations. So it's difficult when we compare ourselves to Fairfax County, to Loudoun County, to what you're seeing now in Texas, what you're hearing about in the news in California today. So we have to be very focused on a measured response as to how we process this information as a community. There can be ripple effects in the decisions that this board and this community makes as it relates to our students. As a parent of a rising junior and a parent of a rising 8th grader, you're gonna have certain families that aren't comfortable going back to school. You're gonna have families that make other accommodations for their kids. You're going to have folks that don't. So you have to be very careful not to overcorrect because the plans that are outlined are very informative. They're based on fact. They're based on data. There's not a lot of data on what returning to school means. If you look internationally, who has done some return to school, you'll see that there are different results of those studies. So you have to be very cautious of the ripple effect that this could send the school system into for the next 3, 5, 10 years. So you have to be very judicious, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Strong?
Good evening. It's good to be here with all of you tonight. This spring, at the middle of all this darkness from COVID, my wife and I got a little bit of light whenever we found out that we're going to have our first child. We're due to have a son this November. We're very excited. I've taught my students to advocate for themselves, and I feel like I wouldn't be practicing what I preach if I didn't advocate for my wife, my son, colleagues and families, and myself. I thank you all for the work that you do as stakeholders in the education of Clarke County, and I do not envy the position you all are in. I'm hopeful that my comments can help make your decision a little bit easier. I'm incredibly appreciative of all the work that everybody has put in to develop a plan for a return to school. However, given the recent rise in cases and the decreased average age of infection, I ask the board consider a different direction for now. I had the opportunity to be interviewed by CNN this past Friday, and when talking to the interviewer, I stated a firm belief that life is far more important than money. I want the economy reopened. I want to be able to spend time around the dinner table with friends. I want to be able to work with a student in person whenever they need my help. But my value for life makes me feel that at this time, an in-person return to school is not currently the move that's best for students, staff, families, and this community. The number of teachers that I've seen online that are updating or making wills due to this virus, I think sends a clear message regarding the threat of this virus. So I'm asking the board to consider a return to virtual learning for at least the first marking period before going back and revisiting the plan again. I don't ask this because I believe virtual learning is easier. I don't ask this because I believe virtual learning is better for student learning. Virtual learning is challenging and exhausting, and I believe the vast majority of students learn better in person. However, I'd rather us all be safe. I believe history will be kind to the proactive decision makers in the midst of this pandemic. We closed schools when we had around 500 cases nationally, and now we have over 3 million and still do not have a treatment or vaccine. I have colleagues with high risk factors. There are students I have taught that fall under high risk as well. And I understand that due to the size of our county, the ability to offer teachers to either teach in person or virtually, I understand that option is not viable. And so for the safety and security of staff and students, I ask the board to consider a virtual only option for the first 9 weeks at least. And again, I do not envy you. I do not envy the decision you have to make. And as I think of people I'm concerned about, I think of my wife and my son. I think of Hannah. I think of Chapin. I think of Michael. I think of Bailey. I think of Aubrey. And I think of all the other students I've taught and all the other students I haven't had the chance to teach yet. I think of their friends and their family. I thank you all so much for your time, and I wish you all the best as you come to a decision that's safe for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. McKenna?
Thank you all for everything that the Clarke County Public School System and the Clarke County School Board have done during this pandemic. We thank the teachers and the staff and the difficult job they've had with pivoting to online learning, but have shown how dedicated they are to our children. I'm glad the plans that you put forth are optimistic and include a finality when we see a vaccine. But in the meantime, I also really appreciate the effort that has gone into what is our new reality. I would like for the CCPS to strongly encourage those who can keep themselves and their children at home for the good and the teachers, the staff, other students, and the community to do so. We know this virus spreads quickly and easily inside buildings, and as a professor of biology, I've studied viruses, pandemics, and public health, and we are all too aware of the number of positive cases and hospitalizations increasing in America. The death rate lags behind, but we know too it is on the rise. Yet the best, most viable way to keep COVID-19 from spreading is to remain outside, social distancing, and wearing masks. Yet many adults insist on gathering inside, not wearing masks, and not social distancing. So the first day back to school in Clarke County and all the days thereafter will be the largest and most consistent inside gathering since the pandemic started in the US. Even our smallest school, the school where my children attend, has a minimum of 300 students and staff. Countywide, there are a total of 4 buildings and a student staff population of approximately 1,800. And even if half are on site on any given day, that will still be the largest number of people to congregate inside our county. The safety of the children, staff, and their families should be everyone's overriding concern. And we do not envy anyone having to weigh the risks of the virus infection, transmission, and its consequences against other risks. We filled out surveys for our children this past spring, as well as our hopes and fears for schooling in the fall. But based on social media comments and the number of new Clarke County homeschooling groups popping up, indicate the number of parents keeping their children at home has most likely increased in the short time since the survey was conducted. Being a researcher, I examined outcomes of the 1918 influenza epidemic, and it was found that not closing schools was indeed beneficial to some communities, some like New York City. However, they took a completely novel approach to what we are seeing today. First, they partnered with area health departments. They used the schools to gauge community-wide contagion rates and used the schools as a sideline of hospitals, with school nurses providing care 24 hours a day to any students and staff suffering. And they did this to prevent the spread, but also to care for the children that had little to go home to. Is this part of our plan? In other countries who have opened, they are testing, not just monitoring symptoms. Is this part of our plan? Schools also partnered with mayors, health commissioners, police chiefs, superintendents to monitor the infection rates, provide additional teachers, additional substitute teachers, and create and deliver homework to students to stick to attend. Other countries are using military to clean, disinfect, and dry children. Are we doing that? Do we have enough backup staff, bus drivers, substitutes, and nurses? Thirdly, they stress that the education of the schools is important, but that life and health are more important. And it was during this time in America, 1918, that saw recess, outdoor play, the hiring of school nurses, free and reduced lunch given to those in need. While we have all of this currently, maybe we can see this as a time to learn even more lessons about life and health being equally, if not more important than our economy.
Dr. McKenna, can I ask you just to wrap it up? We've hit over 3 minutes.
Sure, I have 7 more sentences.
Okay.
I hope that we see this as a time to address the desperate need in mental health of our staff and students. And I hope that we use it as a time to actually treat those that work at the schools, treat and pay those that work at the schools as essential workers as they are. We hope that all of you continue to socially distance, wash your hands, wear masks. We love Clarke County, we love our schools. And we only hope that you do what is best for the community based on sound scientific evidence.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else, Ms. Graham?
Yes, ma'am. Donna Michael.
Hi, I'm Donna Michael. I'm a teacher and a resident here in Clarke County. And I'd like to thank you for all of the effort for providing and creating that draft. I feel really blessed to be in this county, to work in this county because of the kindness and the caring and the smart people that we have at our helm. The task that was set before them was daunting and practically impossible to please everybody, and we acknowledge that. My concern is that the solution proposed is a one-size-fits-all. Our students come in all sizes and all developmental ages and stages. My concern is the gap we will be creating if we go forth with this plan for the younger students. They're just beginning their educational careers, and this plan sets up an inequality in our community. The families of middle school and high school students will have a little disruption, but very little. The students are capable of staying home alone while parents go off to work, but our elementary students cannot do that. Consider the young families who have 2 working parents. with elementary students. They have three options. Follow the orange-blue plan that we have devised. They have to seek out daycare. This defeats the purpose of the plan to limit exposure to others. It also provides or sets up a financial burden for that family. The second option is to go part-time for one of the parents, and that may be a very viable option, but flexibility in employment isn't always there. And again, that's a financial burden for that family. The third option is to have one of the parents quit their career and set up homeschooling or virtual learning to support their children. Again, this is an inequality and a financial burden. Reading this plan frightens me on many levels. The largest portion spoke of procedures and cleaning and hygiene and moving from buses to halls and classrooms. And I appreciate that. I want to keep our children safe. But it also assures the public that we will be teaching students on their individual ability. And that's best practice. We assess and then we teach them. But my concern is we're losing instructional time, and now we're asking the children we're assessing the children and using more instructional time when we have them, just to find out their reading or math levels. I am very concerned about lost instructional time for these children. My final comment is actually a question. What's our bottom line? What's our main objective here in this school district that I love dearly? Certainly, the proposal addresses the safety of our children, but does it really address our main mission, which is to educate students? We have smart, innovative leaders here in this county, and I'm confident that there's a better plan out there to teach these students beyond the virtual learning. We need to get the students in our schools, but we need to do it safely. And if it means just bringing the elementary students in and creating that distance, I would encourage us to do that. Last week, Shenandoah County approved a kindergarten through fourth grade attending 4 days a week. If they can figure out a plan, I am certain that Clarke County can figure out a plan as well. Like I said, I appreciate all the effort that went into making this proposal. I would like to suggest, if we are gung-ho and we vote on this to continue, I'd like to suggest that the 2 days a week that we are proposing are consecutive days for consistencies for these children. Don't do a Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday schedule. They need consistency. I would also like to
Ms.
propose.
Michaels, sorry, it's been over 3 minutes. If you
Okay.
just want to wrap up.
Thank you, I will. That we provide an extended time at the beginning of the year to build relationships. Teacher-student relationships are important. And again, I'd like to say thank you for all the effort that has been put forth in this issue.
Thank you. Ms. Weir?
Yes, ma'am. Gwen Malone? No? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Bishop, you want to read some comments?
As you might imagine, we had several comments that were emailed to me. Some are lengthy and would certainly take longer than the 3-minute public comment portion. I'll try to paraphrase some, and the ones that are short, I'll just read those straight out. Many of these came in fast and furious this afternoon. Some I started receiving as early as Friday and Saturday. I had quite a few this afternoon. Each of you has been provided a copy of the comments that were received, as well as Ms. Weir for the record, for the school board record for this evening. Keith Larkin sent an email, like the comments to be read as part of the public record. There have been some disturbing developments in the last few days. President Trump is pressuring state and local authorities to fully reopen schools, accusing officials to keep them closed as being motivated by politics. He neglects to mention that his own motivation is political and has no concern for the welfare of children, teachers, and staff who will be at risk. Florida's top school official ordered all schools in the state to offer full-time instruction 5 days a week for families who request it. Richmond Times Dispatch reported that Virginia state officials have quietly updated guidance on reopening schools to include a new recommendation from the American Academy of Pediatrics that says students can be as close as 3 feet apart if they wear a face mask and are not showing symptoms of the virus. All this while the number of cases in the U.S. is increasing faster than ever. The Loudoun County School Board approved a resolution endorsing 2 options for the coming year: the hybrid model, where a child will attend school in person for 2 days and will participate in distance learning the other 3 days, 100% distance learning in which a child will not attend school in person. Mr. Larkin strongly requests and urges the school board to provide a fully remote learning option for families who cannot accept such a level of unwarranted risk. 2 emails from Mackenzie Collins. These are a little longer, and I'll paraphrase these. Thank the board and the administration for the hard work and the difficult decisions we've had to make over the past few months. Concern comes from both a parenting standpoint as well as a healthcare provider. Soon all parents will be faced with a critical decision about sending their children back to school. Health and safety should be a top priority. And while she knows that measures are rightly being put in place to decrease the spread of the virus, she's concerned about what will happen if a child or staff member becomes symptomatic during the school day. As a former school nurse, she knows that rarely an afternoon will go by without a child suddenly spiking a fever during class in a pre-pandemic elementary school clinic. Now, during a pandemic, children will get fevers, they will get strep throats, influenza, ear infections, etc. But they also may be symptomatic of COVID-19. And until that child is tested and determined to be negative, it will be the job of the school nurse and administration to treat the situation as if the child is in fact positive. She hopes that we develop strict guidance for the school health professionals and secretaries who will treat the ill children regarding a proper protocol in treating the individual child, notifying parent, as well as the parents of other children who come into contact with that individual. Hopes that attention will be placed on ensuring that school nurses, secretaries, and anyone else rendering care to children will be adequately protected through PPE, N95 masks, gloves, and protective gowns. Children want to return to school desperately, but as parents, we must be able to trust that the school administration will be honest and transparent with this vital information to ensure the children are as safe as possible. That email was from Thursday evening, and then earlier today, she'd had a chance to read through the entire draft of the reopening plan. And there are many questions. One of those was related to the vulnerable populations, which was pulled from the CDC website. As you can imagine, there are updates to that website frequently. The most recent was June 25th. Some of the data or the information that you have in your plan, or the draft plan, was from that website. But very easily, we can just make an active link to this document, so it includes the most recent information or most updated information. On page 6, the use of face coverings is discussed that all staff will wear a face mask or a face shield. A face shield is recommended due to the unique nature of teaching and learning, and that face shield would provide only minimal protection to the staff or student. On page 9, she points out that we have clarified in the plan what happens when a student or staff member is exposed or diagnosed and how that's reported. But like she said in her earlier email, Paul does a great job of expressing what needs to happen with the exposed and infected individual. It does not address how to handle the rest of the class, staff, busmates, etc. And the notifications to the health department, the positive tests for COVID-19. She's very curious to see how the individual clinics will be able to be split into 3 areas. Hopes the pictures will be shared tonight. We're still working on that piece of the plan. The school nurse needs to be fit tested with an N95 mask, as is any other adult who will be monitoring individuals with potential COVID-19. Last major concern is what will happen when a school nurse is absent from work. Substitute nurses have been difficult to find. I'm sure it will be increasingly difficult to secure enough subs during a pandemic. Will another nurse have to cover 2 schools, as was done in years past? They're therefore leaving their base school unattended for all or part of the day. Nicole Beavers. thanking us for the endless hours on the plan and how we look to reinvent what we're going to be looking at for the coming year. Two primary questions with respect to the hybrid plan. Understands that child care is being considered for students in grades K to 6. In this particular situation, her child is a 7th grader. Many parents, including teachers, will work long days and will not get home till later in the evening. If parents work, they'll have to assist with children with virtual learning when they get home, and that could create undue stress. The second question is related to 7th grade through high school. Working parents would not be able to monitor their child's progress, and some might not feel comfortable even leaving their 7th grader at home unattended during the day while the parents at work. So could we look at more options for that? Tom Parker. Mr. Parker also thanks everyone for their hard work in trying to make it possible for students to return to school in the fall. He did divide his comments into 4 different sections: health and safety, asking that we make it clear that all the procedures must be adhered to and have fair expectations of those staff members involved. How and at what age is CCPS requiring the wearing of masks? Is the distance learning option only available for those with documented health concerns? And what about those with elderly household members? How is 100% distance learning being delivered, virtual Virginia? Under transportation, as you might have noticed in our plan, we are advocating or proposing that there would be no transportation within the town limits of Berryville. If students do walk, how are we ensuring their safe passage from the circle to the actual school building? They're going to have to walk along unpaved paths and cross the car drop-off lines for Cooley just to access school. What changes will be made to drop-off procedures in terms of having staggered times, those kinds of things that require health checks. Denial of transportation will increase the volume of families driving kids to school. And many families will be limiting work to the days their children are in school. Having access to the bus provides some buffer of time that may limit the number of children at home, alone, or walking alone. The school calendar. Since Virginia's phase of opening isn't likely to change within a 2-week period, please only delay the start of school to allow increased time to prepare teachers for what will provide to be a challenging year. Expectations will be of an improved quality of instruction utilizing new methods of delivery. Please use that time to get staff members into the schools preparing for the year so that we can ensure success. We all know that it's not likely to go as smoothly as we hope, so let's put in as much time as necessary to limit those inevitable bumps. Our teachers are going to be prepared to switch to 100% virtual instruction without delay if there are additional school closures. If Virginia moves to phase 2, will in-person instruction still be provided in pre-K3? Is Friday really the best day to have all students at home, except for closures for Thanksgiving, Christmas, spring break, and apple blossom? Holidays impact Mondays the most. I appreciate the effort to ensure that receive equitable time by shifting to Friday, but now you have introduced another variable in childcare that will be needed while parents are working. So consider moving all in-service days to Monday or before the start of the school, whether apple blossom is really a necessity in a year when we have school schedules and complete disarray. And then finally, is the expectation of work at home reasonable and able to be accomplished? The reality is that many elementary school students will be in a child care setting of some sort for 3 days a week when they are not in school. So those students will likely be working on schoolwork with parents during the evening, with each student being expected to do 2 to 3 or more hours a day of work at home. It seems unlikely to be attainable by most working families. And what is the expectation of participation in synchronous learning by students on the at-home days? Students in child care cannot be expected to be available to participate in those activities, and even those homes with teleworking parents might not be able to participate meaningfully. Will alternatives be made available? And then how is attendance being counted on at-home days? A couple of short ones. Beth Chittenden has 3 children in the special ed program, and how their program progress in their speech, OT, and PT sessions will be facilitated due to the COVID-19 restrictions. Marty and Ronald Flockhart. We find it important to have hybrid learning to be back-to-back learning days to reassure understanding of new content, so that the student has formative learning on 3 days a week with synchronized learning online for 30-minute check-in daily. This will allow structure for each student at home and help with babysitting. As a teacher, I'm required to work 4 days in school a week, so I will not be there to help with learning. Can this be something that can be voted on instead of every other day learning for hybrid? The main concern is for elementary school learners who will need to learn, or who will need to learn to read and write. Tiffany Youngblood, in this difficult season, I appreciate the discernment you are using when making such important decisions. For our family, we believe it is imperative that he attend school and have interaction with other children and teachers. While we were and are able to complete the remote learning requirements of schoolwork this past spring, we are deficient in providing him interpersonal education that school offers him. He is a social child that loves others, and school gives him the environment that will help him stay motivated. While understanding the risk as best we can, in our opinion, it is best that our child learn with others in a classroom environment as much as possible. We remain steadfast and pray for our community. Zach Hillerson. I know Mr. Hillerson did send his email, I think, to all of you on the board. A number of bulleted items that he has in support of a 100% distance learning model for the first quarter of the 2021 year. We do not know the long-term health implications or impacts of COVID-19. There is no history. There are scientific studies showing an increase in diabetes, inflammatory syndrome, elevated heart rates, neurological damage, and Kawasaki syndrome. The hybrid model will force teachers to start over again with lesson plans, accommodations, and a rhythm to the school year. 100% distance learning allows both high-risk students and staff to have common experiences. Under the hybrid model, CCPS is already asking parents to deal with childcare for 3 out of 5 days each week. 2 more days is not much of a difference. With 100% distance learning, CCPS can use buildings to focus on special needs, IEP, ESL, etc. Students have needs that might not be met online. There are still many unanswered questions. What group of students and staff will be quarantined when a teacher or student tests positive? There will be a common they will be in a common building with a central HVAC unit, shared bathrooms, etc. CCPS already has a substitute teacher shortage. How will vacation days, sick days, etc. be handled, and how will we ensure substitutes' health and knowledge of procedures? Many parents and staff members work or live outside of Clarke County. Bringing students and staff together at school merges many different infection rates and issues that are provided with distance learning, that are avoided with distance learning. Professional sports teams are spending hundreds of millions of dollars trying to exist in a bubble. They are unable to keep the virus from their programs, and it seems impossible to believe that as a school system we will be able to keep it from the schools. These teams get tested every 48 hours. How often will you test students and staff? And he realizes there's passion on all sides of this issue. M.B. Sweeney. I'm not sure this falls under the topic for discussion for the upcoming meeting, but I was meaning to email you again. I wanted to ask why it wouldn't be possible to offer online learning first to those of us who are comfortable sending our children back to school 2 days a week. Who are uncomfortable sending our children back to school 2 days a week. And then reevaluate every 9 weeks based on what is happening with COVID. We are not supportive of the twice-a-week idea and wonder honestly what's the point. For every 1 person you contact, it's a multiple of 10. Are the kids honestly going to eat lunch and use the restroom 6 feet apart? The teachers and staff will be exposed to the same number of kids, albeit on different days, exposing all the students to each other indirectly. I just can't understand the need to send them back before it's safe. So there's my 2 cents. I'm hoping someone brings this point up in person. Peggy Wilma. I'm sure you are overwhelmed with everything going on as far as trying to get the kids back in school. I unfortunately cannot make the school board meeting, which is why I'm contacting you. My son is going to be in 8th grade this year, and I would like to let you know my concerns and what I'd like for my son to do this year. Like every other parent in the county, I have concerns about the kids starting school. I don't know how, but I'd like for my son to learn on the computer. He made better grades, and personally, I just feel more comfortable with my son learning in the comfort of our own home. Again, I don't know how to make that happen. Any help would be appreciated. Is there some kind of sign-up sheet, which I'll address later? Deanna Tubin, with a series of questions. Will there be a virtual broadcast of the board meeting tonight? She since emailed me, and hopefully she's able to tune in. Will there be any discussion on the HVAC system and airborne transmission of coronavirus? All I saw on the draft back to school was HVAC would have maintenance done and maximum outside air brought in. How old is the HVAC system? What filters are used? What level of MERV is used? Exactly what is the maximum outside air? For those children who are immunocompromised or high risk, will there be any strategy for social development? They have a granddaughter who was born with no right ventricle, had 4 open heart surgeries by age 4. She's now 8. Her pediatrician is recommending that she not participate in classes in the school building. Depending on the pediatrician's recommendation, her older siblings might have to participate using the virtual option. Siblings were in honors English and honors math, and if she's interpreting the draft correctly, that would not be possible moving forward. She did think the draft document provided a lot of information, a great deal of thought and effort went into it. William Spalding, my child was in the 4th grade and participated in the gifted cats class during the past school year. If we choose distance learning, will there still be a gifted component, or is the distance learning curriculum solely focused on the standards-based curriculum? Also, are there any plans to provide distance learning students with access to worksheets for the teacher and/or school-issued devices, Chromebooks? Stephen Mayer, thanking us for all of our work, and then a series of questions. There are 2 choices for students, hybrid or all virtual, both having pros and cons. Will parents and students get to choose which way they would like to continue learning when school reopens? If a student chooses the hybrid model and it's clear to the student and parent that it's not working, then that student then switch to the virtual model. Temperatures will be taken daily as students arrive. We feel it's an important piece that needs to happen. We've read that there have been times where infected people did not have a fever at all, but the symptoms show up several days later, again with no fever. This is concerning as a parent. Looking at the daily schedule for the middle and high school, there's time added to the beginning and end of the school day. Class time been added. What will the start and end time of the elementary schools be? Students in the middle and high school will be attending all of their classes on the days they're in school in the hybrid model. We are proposing, as you probably saw, an 8-period day, so there would be 2 contacts, and he's asking about students carrying 8 classes worth of belongings. It's wonderful to see that you're working closely with Clarke County Parks and Rec to help with childcare. That's greatly appreciated. If parents choose to send their child to CCPR for childcare, will the staff work with their child on schoolwork? This is a crucial piece for parents who still have to work. In reading the draft, teachers at Cooley will be compartmentalizing. The draft that states CCPS will keep students and teachers in small cohort groups that stay together as much as possible during the day, from day to day. We want children and staff to have minimal interaction with others. How is that helping? I'll address that when we talk about the plan. At the elementary level, it appears that students may be grouped with students at their ability level. Students that need interventions will continue to receive those interventions, which is wonderful. The schools closed in March. Teachers did the absolute best they could in reaching their students. While focusing on children that may have fallen behind, it's important to also focus on the children at the other end of the spectrum. Carla Richardson, also thanking us for our time on all that we've done so far. And then a series of questions. Will children be expected to wear a mask at all times? And have we made considerations about low-income households? I would assume there won't be any sharing of school supplies during the year. With that said, will teachers have access to additional supplies for students? Will additional cleaning supplies be provided to teachers to use throughout the day to help with the spread of germs, not just the janitorial staff? Due to so many holidays on Mondays, that was mentioned in a previous one, has it been considered to have school on Wednesday, Friday, and Tuesday, Thursday? Because of possible bus availability issues, has an AM and PM wave of school similar to half-day kindergarten versus 2 days a week been considered? If the 100% remote is being offered, will it be enhanced compared to the end of last year? And for families choosing to go 100% remote, is there a possibility for laptops to be borrowed from the schools? Tanya Barton, students will attend Clarke County Public Virtual Academy or full-time public students. They are not homeschool students, therefore they are entitled to participate in high school sports. Outdoor sports offer a lower risk for contagion spread compared to prolonged exposure in an indoor classroom. Please remove this penalty from the draft proposal. Christina Price. And thanking us for our work. She has not fully decided yet which option is best for her family, but in reading through the document, she feels like that she is in a position to choose the hybrid. But there are some concerns. Virtual students will only receive 4 core subjects with an optional 5th at a later date. Sadly, history is not considered a core subject and therefore not part of the standard curriculum. There are history SOLs, so how is that possible? I'll address that in conversation about the plan. Virtual students may not participate in sports and clubs. Considering the hybrid students are only there 2 days a week, I don't see why those 2 days matter enough to only include them in sports. Virtual students cannot take AP or IB classes. This is a critical part of college prep and should be made available to all high school students. A virtual student could jeopardize his or her chance for an advanced diploma as well as favorable position for college admissions if they're not allowed to take AP or IB. I acknowledge there's a lot to consider in preparing for this school year. I'm hoping we don't have to pare down our kids' access to education in order to keep everyone safe. So then I have one, Casey Childs. Mr. Childs is, of course, a parent in the community, in our schools, but also our athletic director. And this is really just an update on how the out-of-season workouts is going. I wanted to reach out to give you an update on the out-of-season workouts here at Clarke County High School. As we know, the VHSL allowed schools to begin workouts on June 15th with plans in place. We've worked extremely hard to come up with comprehensive plans for our overall athletic program. Each individual program has come up with plans that fall within those guidelines. Football was the first program to begin workouts on June 29th and have had an unbelievable and positive experience so far. We're at 5 pods of 8 to 9 kids and each session is full. We're in the process of creating another pod as we are getting more and more interest from our community to participate in these workouts. As a football staff, we continue to add pods and work more hours for the kids we serve. The kids, parents, staff have been nothing short of awesome in the plan we have put in place. Last week, volleyball started workouts with tremendous success as well. The turnout and commitment from staff and players has been excellent as I attended the first session. This morning, our girls basketball program began workouts, and I hear the excitement in the kids and coaches' voices as I type this email from my office. Our cheer program is also beginning the week with workouts. In closing, I just want to reiterate that our kids and coaching staff are doing an outstanding job of complying with our plan. The dedication that everyone is showing to CCHS is heartwarming and makes me excited about our future. Hearing the kids' excitement along with correspondence from our parents has been more than rewarding as both the athletic director and head coach. Then the last item I received just about 5 o'clock today. And it is nearly a 3-page letter from 24 staff members of the county. And I want to hit the high points on this. It is provided for you to read when you get a chance. Acknowledgement is given for the amount of work that's gone into the plan. And with that said, though, there are a number of concerns. The largest issue is that teachers are given no choice. They did receive a survey about risk factors. I'll address this shortly at the appropriate time. The lack of comfort has only worsened due to our concerns with the plan that's set forward. When asked to help our community and solve the woes of our society, educators don't just simply comply, we go above and beyond. However, this request is just too much. Another large concern is that with restrictions in place. Instruction as usual is not possible. There is no argument that normal face-to-face instruction is more advantageous for most students. That is not what students will experience. Students will experience what many groups are referring to as socially distancing education. No collaborative groups, individual conferencing, differentiated stations, or a multitude of other strategies that are used in classrooms. Many claim a return to school is needed because of mental health, nutrition, socialization, or physical safety of students in risky home situations. We've already worked to provide nutrition to students while not at school, and this can continue. We do not believe that returning to school will benefit mental health or socialization, and in fact may do more harm considering the intense restrictions. Unrealistic behavioral expectations to maintain social distance, little student engagement due to restrictions, constant reminders of risk due to cleaning, social distancing, temperature checks, etc. A lack of comfort able to be offered by teachers due to the distancing restrictions, and the lack of any predictability as COVID-19 takes staff members or peers for weeks at a time without warning. Other concerns, undue exposure. Other multiple educators that have to enter multiple classrooms, specialists, resource teachers, ed teachers, interventionists. At the high school, there are multiple teachers who do not have their own classrooms. Sharing space does not seem feasible and maintaining safety. Why is plexiglass provided for the reception area, but not for teachers who will be exposed to multiple individuals daily? Extra burden on teachers. The extra responsibility of monitoring all of the above. Students at arrival and dismissal, PPE usage, students' hygiene and cleanliness, students between class changes to maintain distance, both planning for both face-to-face and virtual lessons that will be happening simultaneously. Teachers with students, the pickup and drop-off. The teachers have their own students to get to school. Normally, they are able to bring them to their assigned school, and the students can take a bus to their designated school. That does not seem possible with their new restrictions. However, teachers have to get those students to the school and be present to help monitor students by 7:30. How is that possible? Friday instructional time, teachers are expected to be in the building on that day as well. However, this puts an additional burden on teachers with students. We are mostly providing synchronous virtual lessons on Fridays. It doesn't seem reasonable to require teachers to be in the building. Ventilation. The document states there will be preventative maintenance, changing of filters, maximum amount of fresh air. Our HVAC systems comply with the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers. Our individual classrooms being inspected for ventilation or just the overall system. What if the system fails to work one day or fails to work adequately? There's research about specific types of AC units stating that those units which use recycled air could actually do more damage. For any of those types of units in our buildings. Masks. The mandate in Virginia is to wear a mask while indoors. Caveat being 6 feet away should not dictate the use of a mask. Even at the school board meeting, people are spaced 6 feet apart and are required to wear a mask. All students and teachers should have to wear a mask while indoors if other people are in the same room. We understand this may be difficult for younger students, but for students 10 and older, that shouldn't be an issue. How are we holding people accountable for masks? Even public places can't seem to do that. Not only can we not really hold those in the school buildings accountable, but this speaks nothing to the fact that we have little to no control over how parents, students, and community members choose to behave. Class changes. Students will be expected to clean their desks. There's a few problems. Adolescents don't clean well. It takes time to clean up. With only a 4-minute class change for secondary students, it is untenable for teachers to be able to clean classrooms properly between each class. Students are going to be walking in the halls at the same time. They assume teachers will need to be there to help monitor. It's best practice to greet students, and that would be impossible with only 4 minutes to clean and prepare for the next group of students. Suspected and presumptive or confirmed cases. The document discusses the concept of if you are exposed, but we do not see a clear definition of what that means. If one of the teachers in a classroom tests positive, does that mean the teacher was exposed? We would argue that it does. Would this then mean that every single teacher and student that was in the classroom, the student who tested positive, must quarantine? At what point does this just mean school shuts down? Exposure does not mean that. It is just from the being in the same classroom. What does it mean? The list of symptoms for COVID-19 are often common symptoms that students and teachers alike face on a daily basis. For example, some have allergies almost year-round, so congestion is common. One cannot possibly know if it's from allergies or if there's been an exposure. If the teacher does not have to be out because of exposure or positive test, the teacher does have to be out because of exposure or positive test, what is expected? Do we still have to teach virtually? Will we have to use sick days? What if we run out? We already have a sub shortage, so our other teachers are going to be expected to cover classes, which can be problematic because it just adds to the increased exposure. Then they say the elements have caused them to feel undervalued, but ultimately, as if our time and safety are not adequately factored into the plan. For those reasons, we are questioning the feasibility and safety of returning to CCS in 2021 school year. And it's signed by 24 teachers. So you have copies of all those, and you can read them when you have opportunity. It's just easier for me to make copies than it was to fill your inbox up with forwarded emails.
Thank thank you for reading all those. I know you're exacerbated, so I'll give you 2 minutes for a break.
Exacerbated?
Yeah, or whatever the word is, all of it. Okay, may I have a motion? What is this happening? Consideration of policy second reading on June 15, 2020, the school board approved the following policies for first reading. They are presented tonight for second reading and adoption. DJF, purchasing procedures, GBEB, staff weapons in school, GHCF, CCPS, student wellness. Is there or any questions about the second reading? May I have a motion?
I'm so confused. The weapons in school, is that second reading or the first reading? Or why is it listed under?
We realized that it was inadvertently added the last time.
Okay.
So the weapons policy is now 7.01. It was pulled for a first reading.
Okay.
So that it gives you the opportunity to read it, think about it, and provide feedback.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question about that when we get to that.
Okay.
But right now. So I move to accept the policies presented as second reading and adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Consideration of policy for first reading. The policy committee met on May 11, 2020 and recommended policy JFCD be presented to the school board for first reading. On June 15, 2020, policy JFCD CCPS was presented. However, the recommendation from the committee was to delete this policy and replace it with policy JFCD. Therefore, policy JFCD is presented for approval and policy JFCD CCPS is presented for deletion. Any questions?
Dr. Bishop, could you just summarize what's going on in these policies? Because there has been miscommunication, I think, on social media in regards to weapons in school, and the perception, without looking at the policy and reading it, is that that this is allowing teachers or other staff members to bring weapons into the schools, which is not.
That is correct. I'll speak specifically to that. Staff members are prohibited from carrying a weapon without authority that's given by me, or in this case it would be Mr. Catlett as the designee. We would not be providing that option or authority to anybody to do that. There was a case in Southwest Virginia where Lee County was proposing to allow people to carry weapons in their schools, and ultimately that was lost. That did not occur. So it's in the code, but we are not authorized to allow that to happen at this point. I hope that answers it briefly.
And so this policy or this change is giving you or your designee permission to give someone authority, say, a retired police officer who is a security guard in our school. Can you elaborate on that?
I can't. Yeah, there are certain individuals, like school security officers, that can be hired. If you're a former member of the military or the police department, you could be authorized to carry a weapon. But it's pretty specific just to those categories of individuals. So if we were to hire a school security officer, let's say, not an SRO, but a school security officer, so not a uniformed police officer, that individual could carry a weapon with authorization, if they're retired military or law enforcement.
Okay, that helps.
Okay.
To clear it up.
Any additional questions? May I have a motion?
I move to approve policy JFCD and delete JFCD 2021-CCPS for first reading.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Okay, discussion of draft return to school plan for 2021 is 8 o'clock. We're about to have a long conversation. Do we want to break now? Okay. 5-minute break, is that good? Okay. So we'll
5 minutes
for
break.
5 minutes.
We're really excited.
Okay. Okay. Bring it closer to you or?
Yeah. November 5th, so I keep saying, remember.
I have two that are November babies.
Do you have names picked out?
We do.
You do?
Mhm. I mean,
Are you sharing?
not yet.
Okay.
We'll probably share whenever we get a little bit closer. But whenever we started talking about having a kid, we really like these names first.
Well, and then both of you being teachers, that makes it tricky.
Yeah. Fortunately, my mother-in-law is a preschool teacher, and she's at the age where she can say, "I'm teaching anymore, so she's going to be our child care for Monday through Thursday."
Oh, that's awesome.
They-
Especially like for the beginning, they're so small.
And we figured LP will only have to, she's going to take full 12 weeks. We're at a position where we can afford to do that. So she'll go back, I think, in February.
And that's kind of a nice time to have a teacher holidays.
Yeah. She's in charter, so she wasn't sure how that worked. We should really don't count that against, I think that's like a national thing.
I had Mike at the end of May, and so I was really lucky to have him.
Oh, so they did like,
Yeah.
so Frederick won't let you do that if you have a kid.
Oh, really?
They-
So that's changed.
they
because
count
I like
summer.
Frederick.
Yeah.
Oh, that's changed.
Because that happened to a couple of her colleagues, where they had babies. Like one of them, I think, had a baby, I think 6 weeks before the school year started, I think, or 5 weeks before.
Well, I had to listen to him today.
So I watched it for the first time when I wrote my name at the beach. And it was late at night, so my father-in-law and I watched. It was not what I expected, but I liked it.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I think King George is my favorite.
I
Which
know.
I feel like it should be.
I agree. And I had to I pulled up like a kind of cheat sheet to go through each speech so that I knew exactly what was happening. Because, it's just.
Because sometimes I can understand what he said, because they speak so quickly.
Right, and it's different because the scene is changing, but not really. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing to be here.
So I didn't know this, though. The guy who plays King George is also Kristoff in Frozen. I didn't know that. I asked my father, who's your favorite? Well, Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson was good.
Yeah, yeah, this is awesome. It really was. And I could not even see.
Did you get Michael to sit down watching it?
Today he decided that activity is going to be. Okay, well, that was
Did you do much cooking? I changed all my stuff. My wife had some steak. It's very therapeutic.
I should do that.
Because I love that. That's awesome.
And my birthday cake is.
Yeah, so that was my, what time?
I know, right?
Okay. I've screwed up a lot of games with that.
We do one day in the summer, all interested. We do breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert, all from U.S. students of interest. And then the ones we like the most, but it's a blast, always interesting. It's awesome. Yeah, they're awesome. I do this all the time.
I talked to Terry about school issues to be working. But it takes me really unstable.
No, it's not. I'm not. Oh, yeah. I think it's just that we're moving collectively as a state, we're moving more toward like project-based assessments, the tests. That's our gives more just on a good sample. Yeah. I was gonna ask, are you visiting any parks or anything? Okay. Very exciting.
And then I think California,
That's awesome.
yeah, and then most Christian houses, Rhode Island,
Staying busy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's also our initial result.
My in-laws just visiting, Steve, and they built.
And I said, you can probably tell my folks that I'm here.
That's where my mom lives. Except in places. No one.
I have to be very careful. And then I think about it, I'm like, no. I do not have a conversation. We're only a few months away from when I thought.
Okay, you ready? Okay, okay, so we'll start our discussion on the return to school. Dr. Bishop obviously is going to present to us. There's a lot here, so I have asked him to obviously go in some detail, but also high level. I don't think we need to read every sentence. My thought processes as you go through this, we can stop and ask questions, or do you want to wait till the end?
Why don't we stop after each section?
Okay.
So the transportation, health and safety, and we'll just try to do it that way. And certainly, and as you think of other things, I'll be happy to address those as well. But it might be kind of easier if we do it by section.
Yeah.
Kind of chunk it. Okay. So our team's goal throughout all of this has been and continues to be transparency in all that we're doing in response to the virus. You know, last spring, all of us were caught off guard with the fairly abrupt school closing. Lots of information went out. In a matter of 2 weeks, we turned around 2 sets of documents, really. One for the finish of the third quarter through August or April, May, and then the second one that got us through the end of the fourth quarter. And getting that information out was certainly no easy task, and there was no template to build that from. We understand in our business that the decisions that we make or the recommendations we make are not always popular or meet the need of every employee or family. And, you know, I've been doing this for a long time, and you've heard me say this before. Now, as I start year 30, 15 of those as a school superintendent here in Virginia, this is the most difficult thing that I've ever had to work on or work through. You know, we plan, but we're not planning for the unknown per se. Many thanks to all the people who have spent countless hours in developing this first 60 pages. We had teams of people who were working on middle and high school. Debbie Biggs led that with middle and high school administration. Kathy Steele and our elementary principals worked on the elementary portion. Robin Cather and I worked on the health and safety portion. She also had feedback from the North Fairfax Health District on that. Mr. Catlett single-handedly did the personnel piece. Transportation, Randy Trinary and Teresa Holliday. And, you know, every component of the plan has somebody that spent countless hours trying to detail, provide as much detail as we could. We realize that this is a living, breathing document, and it's prominently marked draft for a reason, because things continue to evolve and change. And we still anticipated sometime this week some clarifications from the CDC. You know, middle of last week, we were dealing with CDC saying, we're going to issue new guidance for schools. And then, less than 24 hours later, they said, nope, we're not issuing new guidance. We're going to provide some clarification. So those clarification items are still not posted as of this afternoon, about 4:45 when I left my office. We realize that there are other documents that will follow these. We have to have a faculty guidance document. We're going to have a parent guidance document that provides more detail and information about what virtual learning is, about what's going to happen on synchronous or asynchronous days. We understand that. From the very beginning of this, we want to provide people with an option. Any parent may choose virtual learning for their child, not only for documented medical conditions. And there has been some misinformation on social media related to that particular issue. With the assistance of our attorney, we also sent out a questionnaire to staff. Mr. Catlett led that. And he does have some information here this evening if there's interest in. We can talk about that when we get to the personnel component of the document. Did we give staff a choice? No, we did. And the reason is, one, we believe that we could develop a plan that would limit exposure. And then secondly, we made the decision to work with people individually. So instead of sending out a mass survey and collecting information and not following up, Mr. Catlett has spent hours communicating with people individually about what their specific concerns are. That's one of the beauties of our community and our school system, is we don't have 10,000 employees. We have just shy of, or right around 300. And we can make individual contact with people who need that. You know, I became aware of this document from our teachers, or from some of our teachers, that was circulating over the weekend. And, you know, we've never been a place where employees have no voice. They often share their opinions and are free to talk about issues. I would invite you to any Thursday meeting with the Education Association once a month. And there's no shortage of information seeking and sharing, and also of opinion that is shared. But at the same time, the disheartening thing for me in a lot of ways is, at the same time we have some staff members who are advocating for not returning to school, some of those folks have used social media to share where they've been on vacation, and to share where they've been out to dinner, and where they've been shopping. Our plan is currently in compliance with the current recommendations of the CDC. And we have never assumed that those are requirements, but we have implemented them the best way we know how here in our division. We have been told, however, that the recommendations, even though they're not required, veering too far away from those potentially exposes the school board to an increased liability. We know what the restrictions are. I shared with you last month a picture of a classroom in Cooley and what 6 feet looks like. Last week, we had statements made through the media that the American Academy of Pediatrics was supporting a return to school in 3 feet social distancing. That's true. The rest of the story, though, is that it's 3 feet with a mask and that the person has no symptoms, which wasn't safe. I firmly believe that we're a vital service to our community, to our students first, to our parents, and again, to our community. And any plan that we develop outside of 100% in person will cause undue hardship on somebody, some of our families who are not fortunate enough to have a parent who has the flexibility to be at home. And, that's not a great situation to be in. When you know you're developing a plan, it's going to create a hardship on people, and that's not what we do. We're in a people business, and we try to accommodate the best we can. During my career, I've never done anything that would put students or staff in jeopardy. As a parent of 2 children in the division and a spouse of another employee, we also run the risk of exposure. And we can't eliminate that risk, but we certainly can look to limit it. And there is no playbook on how to do this. If there was, I would have been the first one to grab the template and start plugging in information that was beneficial to Clarke County. A plan for 100% virtual instruction is the easy decision, but is it the right decision if you believe for a minute that there is value in face-to-face instruction? Plus, we can't duplicate in-person instruction in a virtual environment. 100% virtual also will certainly mean furloughing a significant number of employees. So I want people to understand that right away. A virtual environment will also certainly eliminate, almost certainly eliminate co-curricular and extracurricular activities until such time that in-person learning takes place. I've read a lot about returning to school across the country, as you might imagine. Read articles, blogs, posts from social media about how others are handling this particular situation. And the myth, there is a myth that there's not an opportunity for social interaction. It's not what we've always done. But just as we've communicated and will collaborate on talking about this plan, there is opportunity for students to do that as well. Will it be the same? No, it won't. But I think we have to get into the mindset that, at least for the time being, this is our new reality. It's our new normal. Our athletic programs, those practices have been going very well. I have a child that's participating in volleyball and basketball. That's gone extremely well. Coaches have been awesome. The kids have been more compliant than ever because they're looking for something to do. And I stand by what I said in June. It makes no sense to me that we're prohibited from full-time in-person learning, yet we're going to force students into congregate childcare settings in their days off. That makes no sense to me. And I would agree that information related to COVID-19 is fluid and changes almost daily, and there are many unanswered questions in a lot of ways. And this entire issue really has become a political football. And the issue of wear a mask or not, or returning to school in general or not, and I'm not going to play into that. But we will continue to work on viable alternatives to give families a choice. And we'll continue to work with our employees individually to make decisions that are reasonable. This is also a very costly endeavor, and Ms. Singh Smith asked me to provide just a little bit of information about what we've done so far, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. To date, well, really in the last month, we have encumbered or committed or already spent nearly $250,000 on items related to coronavirus and our response to this. Additional hotspots for virtual instruction and students who need internet access. Additional Chromebooks that we could lend to elementary families who might not have a device. Individual student desks for voice and cooling. We know that in many elementary classrooms they often like to use tables. Those tables will not provide 6 feet of social distancing. So we spent nearly $19,000 there. Plexiglass shields, almost $6,900 there. Infrared thermometers, signs, face guards, bottle fillers, streaming equipment, so we don't have to use the county's equipment. We bought our own. Packaging tape when we were doing the student belongings and boxing those up. Gloves, wipes, face masks, you name it, we bought it. We started a stockpile of that. We've also committed to an enhanced cleaning protocol with our custodial services vendor that would increase that budget by over $120,000. So nearly $250,000, $246,416 has been committed to or already spent. And we know that we're going to have a stockpile of disinfecting wipes and face masks and hand sanitizer and a variety of things, PPE, that we're going to need to make sure that people are safe and feel safe. Also, just in terms of finance, I shared with you before that we received approximately $150,000 from the Federal CARES Act. After we did our private school set aside, our share, that's $142,000, and we've already spent $246,000. The county did set aside. I was talking to Chris Boyce this afternoon, our new county administrator. I guess he's new anymore. He's been around since December. He's actually set aside a total of $500,000 for schools. And then an additional $100,000 to potentially assist with child care needs. So we have a supportive county. None of that has been approved thus far, but it's my understanding that there was a finance committee meeting today, and that was discussed, and it will go before the Board of Supervisors next week for some formal action. So everybody is working together to make this happen, and everybody understands that this is an unusual circumstance. And that we're trying to respond to that. So, those are just kind of some opening comments. They are the reality of how much this cost. A lot of this obviously wasn't budgeted. We'll be moving money around to cover certain expenses that we've already incurred and additional expenses that we know that we will incur in the future. I was sent a survey earlier this week from the Superintendent's Association asking how much we anticipate spending. I took a guess, but at this point, it's hard to tell. And everything is obviously at a premium. A small bucket of 400 sanitizing wipes, I received an email the other day, was $119. So 30 cents per sanitizing wipe. It's a 7x7 disinfecting wipe. So everybody, I must get 25 to 30 emails a day from somebody wanting to sell me piece of software, a face mask, hand sanitizer, or whatever. So every vendor out there is working this angle right now and trying to get their share of the pie. So this is a draft document. It provides significant detail again, but I realize that we have, and we know that we have other documents to develop as we move forward. And ultimately, once the board makes a decision, we can start working on some of this now, but when the board makes a decision, it's when we'll fully put the entire plan together. Under the health and safety information, it starts on page 5. We are responsible for having a COVID-19 team. That team will be the principal, assistant principal, school nurse, the lead custodian, and a member of the central administrative staff. Robin Cather is our nurse coordinator here in Clarke County, and we also have consistent and regular communication with the Lord Fairfax Health District. Dr. Meredith Davis is our actual contact there. She's the epidemiologist, and she has actually reviewed the health and safety plan and has given her approval, her stamp of approval, her verbal approval. They don't sign off on it, but she has approved what we have in place. We always have annual trainings for staff, but this year we will add to that the use of personal protective equipment, as well as how to handle different things like hygiene practices. We're working with George Mason University on those, And then all of our staff will receive professional development on implementing our health and safety protocols for the coming year. Protecting the vulnerable populations, that does change from time to time in how the CDC views different populations of people. And I think the easy way to handle that is I'll just put a link in, so it's a live link. So whenever the CDC updates, we don't have to go back to the document and change that. Social distancing and minimizing exposure. Again, we can't eliminate it, and I don't want to act like we can for 1 minute, no more than Martins and Berryville can eliminate the potential risk when you go into the grocery store. Educate our staff and our families. That's primary, that's goal number one. We always encourage folks to keep their children at home or our employees to stay at home when they are sick. We've all been in the situation as parents where we've given our child some fever-reducing medication and said, if you don't feel better, I'll come and get you later. We need people to keep their children at school at home if they are sick. Common supplies in schools won't exist. At the end of the school year, we had our principals begin to purchase student supplies that would be needed for the coming year. After the closure was announced, each of our schools spent money on supplies that would be used for the coming school year. Scissors, crayons, different things that students might need. We want to minimize the opportunity for sustained exposure, which is 15 minutes or more when social distancing of at least 6 feet is not possible. Face coverings and shields. It is our intent to provide the protective equipment to our staff, face shields, face masks. Obviously, some will come with those, but we will intend to provide that. Wearing those face coverings is strongly recommended and required in certain circumstances on school transportation and within buildings. And we will make accommodations for individuals when appropriate, both students and staff. We were told by our attorney's office not to issue blanket statements regarding masks, and that we need to work with people individually. We could have individuals with health conditions that present a problem if they have a mask. There could be religious reasons that somebody doesn't want to wear a mask, and we need to be mindful of those items. We are talking about face shields in classrooms. Certainly when teachers are more than 6 feet away. Those of you who have taught in the past understand that teaching reading or things like speech, students need to see your mouth. And a mask doesn't provide that as an option. During class transitions, we are asking everyone to wear a face covering, students and staff. But there will be certain circumstances where a face covering might not be appropriate. I've already mentioned our enhanced cleaning protocols, ABM. They will be providing additional staff, frequent disinfection of high-touch surfaces, hand sanitizing stations, a broad disinfection of buildings, including the use of electrostatic disinfecting machine. And then on the back edge door in the classrooms, we're going to have a cleaning protocol for every classroom. It has to be checked off on in the evenings. Providing hand sanitizer, reinforcing hand washing at different times during the day, before and after meals, before or after you use the toilet, blowing your nose, coughing or sneezing. Hand sanitizer at every building entrance and exit as students enter the cafeteria, pick up meals, and in various places that we need that need sanitizer throughout the buildings. Since students would be sharing desks from one day to the next, of course, those rooms will be cleaned every evening. I'm thinking about elementary right now, and students would have to clean out the desk, put their materials in their cubby, and so that a student the next day can use that desk. There will not be 20 desks in a classroom and only 10 are used per day. We have the classrooms are pretty barren right now. So monitoring for symptoms and screenings. There are several appendices that we need to add to the document for screening templates, those kinds of things that can be added later. We're asking parents to screen their students every morning before they leave for school. Once students arrive at school, there will be a protocol that they go through, whether they ride the bus or whether they drive themselves to school or whether their parent drops them off. Staff will take temperatures, staff will ask a series of questions before the student is permitted to go to their classroom. We're asking staff to self-assess prior to leaving for work, and letting us know immediately if they have any of the symptoms. So if during the screening protocol, and I'm at the bottom of page 8, if there's an exposure and no symptoms, you can see how we're going to handle that. Staff or students share they were exposed to someone, they immediately go home, notify the local health department or physician's office, and follow their procedures. They return to school 14 days after last contact. And then the student and staff member can participate in remote learning and teaching while out. If there's a diagnosis and no symptoms, you can see how we've addressed that. If the person actually presents with symptoms, and the difficulty is, and I will agree, that particularly in an elementary school, not a day goes by that a student doesn't have a runny nose. While that's a symptom of coronavirus, it certainly does not mean that that's what the person has. And I asked the kindergartner a series of questions like that. You may or may not get great. You'll get some good responses. Whether they're accurate or not might be a different thing. So we have how we will handle those who do present with symptoms. So if during the school day a student or staff member presents symptoms, again, exposure, no symptoms for students or staff. We do have in our plan the use of a quarantine room. So if a student presents symptoms, that they are quarantined from the regular clinic and that they are monitored and evaluated by our school nursing staff while we plan for that student to go home. Staff members would immediately go home, contact the health department or physician's office and follow their direction, and then can return to school once it has been 14 days since the last contact. So those who have a diagnosis and no symptoms are also addressed at the bottom of page 9. I should say for those who are following us on YouTube, this document is posted, if you've not seen it, on board docs so that you can follow along. And then those staff who have symptoms or present symptoms during the day for students or staff members. In all of those scenarios, we will be communicating with the Clarke County office of the Lord Fairfax Health District for guidance and recommendations. They're actually within the CDC documents. It says if you have a presumed case that you should actually close schools between 2 and 5 days. That's one of the pieces of one of the recommendations from the Centers for Disease Control. So I've said to you from the beginning that we've been told to prepare for rolling school closures. And any employee who suspects they've been exposed or has been tested for COVID-19 should report the information to the immediate supervisor. And parents are also requested to share their information related to exposure or testing with the school nurse. So our clinics would look much different next year. We would have that general waiting area for students who aren't, who might have a first aid need or might be there to take medications in the well student area. And then, as I mentioned, the quarantine. So under the miscellaneous health and safety items on page 11, I mentioned to you previously, I believe that we are replacing several water fountains in each building with bottle fillers. The water fountains that aren't actually replaced, they're very expensive. They're about $1,000 a piece. Even the retrofit units for some of the LK fountains run about $800. So those units that have not been replaced will be bagged, so they're not available to be used. In the elementary schools, oftentimes you will see a water fountain in the classroom. Those have been disabled or will be covered in some way so that students don't have access to those. It will be the bottle fillers only. We do contract with an HVAC vendor to perform preventative maintenance on our air handling units in all of our buildings. We did receive an email from one of our parents in the community, very, very helpful. He has a PhD in HVAC and refrigeration. And he met with Joey Brathwaite, our maintenance supervisor, and is planning to do so again this Wednesday. These recommendations were made and are being followed and have already been implemented. We have increased the outside air volume and the outside air settings into each of our schools to the recommended amount that the EPA suggests. Our filtering for our air handling units are going from a MERV 8 to a MERV 13. So a filter that's more efficient, one that is more suitable to pull out more contaminants. Although we're waiting on the cost for that, we anticipate that the total cost for all of our buildings will be about $10,000, approximately. We are disabling the heat wheel function in the energy recovery units to prevent cross-contamination between exhaust and supply air. And that's already been completed on one unit right now at Cooley Lower Campus, so we can see how it impacts the overall temperature in the building, et cetera. We didn't do a total changeover yet. We're looking at that right now to see how it might affect the temperature, humidity, and the pressure controls. We do have a flow chart on page 13 for how confirmed cases or presumptive cases will be handled within the school division, and the communication that will take place between the school nurses, the clinical coordinator, which is Ms. Gather, the Virginia Department of Health, and how we will then communicate it out. Mr. Catlett's portion of the document did have a copy of a letter that would be sent or could be sent to parents if we in fact have a case in the school system. So I'm going over this, not reading it line by line. Questions about the health and safety plan?
Go ahead, Ms. Wright.
I have a couple of questions. The first relates to the face coverings section. Can you explain how we might handle a situation where a child or a parent of a child doesn't want their child to wear a face mask, and what would happen in that situation?
I posed that question to our attorney, or to your school board attorney. And the response I got back that I can share with you via email is that if a person chooses not to comply with the face covering, then we would have reason to have them in our virtual academy.
Okay. My second question is related to the recent, to the HVAC section and the recent information from WHO acknowledgement that this virus may be airborne. And I guess HVAC wise, is our air recirculated, or is it fresh air in and exhaust out, or is there any recirculation of air within our buildings?
The portion that I just shared with you related to the energy recovery units and those being disabled to prevent cross-contamination addresses that issue.
And I do understand as well the recommendation for teachers to wear a face shield so that you can see their mouth, but I am concerned about the face shield not adequately protecting the teacher from virus going kind of up and inside of the face shield. And then it's back to face covering. Sorry, I'm jumping around a bit. Did I understand correctly that if students and teachers are 6 feet apart in the classroom, that they are not required to wear face coverings?
That's what the guidance document from the Virginia Department of Education states based on CDC recommendations. The face covering is required when 6 feet of social distancing cannot
Okay. So I guess that indoor space gives me some real concern about people breathing in a closed-in space without face coverings. And I understand that it's very difficult to get young children, especially, to wear a mask all day. So I'm not sure how to deal with both of those things.
The recommendation that came out of the governor's office weeks ago was regarding face coverings was anyone 10 or younger, or 10 or over, I'm sorry, should wear a face covering. Obviously, a kindergartner, it's going to be difficult to keep a face mask on them all day long. That's part of the difficulty that any plan presents related to face coverings is keeping them on a young student, or even if it's appropriate for a younger student to wear.
Right. Okay, so that's it for now.
Other questions? So I think you covered this, but distance learning, or the virtual option, that's available to anyone who chooses that. And how will the virtual learning be provided?
It will be, we're still working on that, but we would use Google Meets as the primary platform. And certainly would use Virtual Virginia and other resources that are available for teachers to be able to pull information and to be able to teach their lessons. Houseman and I had a brief email exchange today. Canvas is the platform that Virtual Virginia uses, and they've actually made that available, I believe, for the next 2 years, free of charge. And we have not jumped with both feet onto Canvas yet because it's one more thing teachers would have to learn when there's so much to do. But we could put the Virtual Virginia and other resources within Google Classroom that could be used. So teachers have a variety of resources at their disposal, and our teacher would facilitate the learning.
So it wouldn't be just put a child on Virtual Virginia?
Correct.
And
that's correct.
And
later on in the document, there is a sample schedule for virtual learning.
Okay.
That we'll get to.
Did you have any other questions? I think I have another one too, but is it for this section, Katie?
yes, it is. So I don't know the right way to ask this, but so if a teacher or an instructional assistant does not have an N95 mask, and so they just have a face covering, and they come in contact with a child who has the virus, or anyone else who has the virus, if that person, that teacher or instructional assistant, would have to be quarantined because they're just wearing a face mask. Is that correct? Or
I'll have to check into that further. I don't want to give you an answer. It's not my understanding, I'll put it this way, that an N95 mask is required for anybody unless you're providing like medical attention. That a mask like you have on would be suitable for the classroom. But I'll check on that further.
okay.
Anything else? Go ahead, Mr. Turco.
I guess just to go with the mask thing a little bit, Ryan. So we have this idea that if you can maintain 6 feet, then a mask is not required. And then we also have guidance that says anytime you're indoors, you should wear a mask. So how does that play out in the classroom with our desks that are clearly 6 or more feet away from each other? Well, what would be the expectation?
The face covering is recommended in that situation, but if you comply with the Department of Ed 135, 36-page document, it says when 6 feet of distance can't be maintained.
That it must be, and then when 6 feet can be, then it's recommended.
Correct.
And so the expectation would be that they would be on.
Correct.
Okay. And then on page 8, and also, so this is speaking about that there's confirmed positive cases under exposure, no symptoms, and I think it's the same for the students. It says here, immediately go home, notify local health department, and follow their procedures. And then it states, may return to school after 14 days since last contact if they did not develop symptoms. Does that supersede the guidance of the local health department? The local health department comes up with a different plan? The local health
Potentially,
department-
yes. If, as an example, the person was, now this speaks just to exposure. So if the person, this came from the Virginia Association of School Nurses and the CDC guidance documents. So potentially it could mean that the health department could say 10 days, as an example. Everything that we do in this situation, we're going to be in communication with the health department. That's not unusual. We get a confirmed case of whooping cough, as an example, or if we're dealing with the typical flu season, we have regular communication with the health department. So everything that we do related to this situation, we will be in communication with the health department, primarily Dr. Davis, the epidemiologist, to get feedback from her on how we should proceed.
Yeah, it seems to me that as I read this, it doesn't matter what the health department says, they can't come back in less than 14 days. So if the health department says, take test comes back negative, and that person's, we're 5 days out, they got another 9 days before they're, 9 days before they come back.
We'll get some clarification.
Great. And the same to the students.
Yes.
Yeah. That was my question. Thank you.
And on page 8, I think it's just a, I think it's a mistake. It says, it's the third bullet from the bottom, and the monitoring for symptoms, screening of students and staff. It says, staff and students who are free of symptoms or exposure to COVID-19, including a temperature of 100.4 or greater, may enter the school. So I think that's just an error. I also have a question though about 100.4. So that's a CDC guideline.
It is.
Prior to this virus, was the temperature always 100.4? Because, in my mind, 99 or 100, I'm going to keep my child at home.
I've not seen that number before.
Yes. Okay. I mean, I'm not questioning it.
And to be honest, I'm not sure what the rationale is.
Right.
But that's what comes out of the guidance document.
Mm-hmm. Right. Mr. Schutte?
Nope, I don't have any questions for you.
Okay. Anybody else before I speak? Mr. Turkel?
Finish for the moment.
Are you sure? Okay. I'm gonna play devil's advocate most of the night tonight. So it doesn't matter, it doesn't mean that I think one way or the other. Okay, if a person chooses not to comply wearing a mask, we are saying to them, or we will be telling them, they can do virtual. Are we saying to them, you will do virtual? Like, are we gonna make that a mandatory thing? Are they gonna come back and say, you can't make me wear a mask and you can't make me do virtual if I am selecting hybrid option?
The recommendation from your attorney is that if a family says that their child's not wearing a mask, that they be placed in the virtual academy. I'll forward you the email so you can see it specifically.
Okay, so we have that to refer to. Okay.
And I also think if, because it's likely that something like that would happen. I think that and I'm sure you guys are going to create this, there will need to be support for the administrators who are going to have to deal with, I'm not wearing a mask and you can't make me, and I'm coming to school.
And there will be folks who send their kids without a mask, we hand them a mask. The next day, kid shows up with a mask, we're handing them a mask. Last time I checked, we don't have a stockpile or a warehouse down the street of all this stuff. right? Okay, so we're saying, to Ms. Ryan's point, face shields won't necessarily protect our teachers. What we're also saying is that our students need to, especially our younger students, need to be able to see the mouths, need to be able to see when they're reading, see smiles, things of that nature. My concern with this, what is it, 10-year and older, is our younger kids are the ones with snotty noses. Our younger kids are the ones who are going to be touching faces and touching this. They are not going to be adhering to 6 feet under, Lord. They're not going to be adhering to 6 feet social distancing, much less maybe even 3. So what that means to me is now we're asking our teachers to police our kids in the class. So we're talking about total disruption all the time. That's how I'm looking at this. So we're going to sit and try to have reading time, but Johnny and Susie are messing with each other, and now we're saying, you guys have to be separated. It's going to be constant. So from my point of view, I feel like that's going to be a disruption that I just feel like I need to highlight. The other thing is the monitoring of symptoms and the screening of students. That is absolutely a social responsibility. While I understand we are here to talk about our reopening of this, of our school, social responsibility is such a huge part of this. And so we can ask our parents to screen their students. We can ask, we'll be screening them when they walk in. But we know that parents will coach their kids to say whatever they want. No, I didn't have a snotty nose, or no, you know, whatever. So there's a social responsibility aspect to this. If we're trying to keep our students and our teachers safe and healthy, then our parents need to buy into this. It doesn't matter to me if you don't believe in COVID or not. It is a real thing, plain and simple. So there is a social responsibility aspect to this. If we have a parent who doesn't want to tell the truth for whatever reason, and then the next thing you know, that class ends up being impacted with COVID, God forbid something happens to a teacher or another student, we can talk about contact tracing all day long, which I know we're going to talk about later. They don't have to comply with contact tracing either. I'm going to flip really quick. That goes to this letter that'll get sent out for public health. Once we have a positive test for COVID, once we have a positive COVID, the public health, health department contacts the school, and then the letter goes out, which is what Dr. Bishop said, similar to whooping of the flu. Is that letter going to state which school?
We'll have to be specific enough so that people are aware. We have specialists in our elementary schools, as an example, and we can talk about this a little bit later during the academic plan. But we'll have specialists who are in contact with every class in the building potentially on a given day, whether it's the librarian or a reading specialist or an art teacher. We have a way to handle that with those individuals going into the classroom instead of the classroom coming to them, instead of the class of students coming to them. But there's still another person and the potential for exposure. So, this goes beyond just those 10 students and that teacher in the classroom. And that's what makes it difficult. Just a couple of things related to some of the comments you've made. In our 2 weeks now, a little over 2 weeks with our athletic participants at the high school, to my knowledge, we have had no issue with nobody complying. They have to arrive with a mask. They go through the screening protocol. They take the mask off. They participate in their activity. We actually require them to be 10 feet apart while they're doing the physical activity. And everybody has complied. And, Mr. Childs knew from the beginning, we had a very honest conversation that the first time that we understood and learned that this wasn't being followed, it was over. Parks and Rec currently is maintaining a summer program. They're using Cooley Upper Campus. And meeting with the director of Parks and Rec last week, that has gone incredibly well. And they have had no issue with people complying with the requirements of the Parks and Rec department, which are similar to ours because it's a child care setting. So if that's any indication of compliance, will we potentially have an individual who says my child's not wearing a mask? Absolutely. But so far, in the two test groups that we have, our athletes and Parks and Rec, there hasn't been an issue.
So again, I'm just being devil's advocate tonight, and I'm going to highlight some of these things. So I absolutely agree. We might have everybody complying, and it'll be great, and everybody will be happy. But we also, there's a possibility we won't, right? So, and all it's going to take is one person. So if we send out this letter and we say there's been a positive case in Boyce, now we're going to have teachers who are hustling and bustling saying, what do we do? We're going to have parents who are calling what class, who, all this stuff is going to start happening, right? So there will be this probably moment of chaos. I'm just highlighting it. Again, I'm not at all saying that we won't be capable of handling it. Just want to highlight it. We talk about various symptoms here. I don't know if it's part of this section or not, but we also know there's asymptomatic stuff going on, meaning no one has to have a fever and there's no symptoms. Kids can come in, staff can come in, and they don't even know that they have COVID, and they could recover fine, but then they've been in contact with how many other students or other staff members. So again, something else to think about. We are saying we're going to have soap, hand sanitizer, alcohol, paper towels, tissues, wipes, all that stuff. And we know that this is stuff that the parents every year, right, have been asked to help provide at the beginning of the year. We also know this stuff is hard to get. So I am assuming that we will constantly be trying to stockpile despite how much it's going to cost. Because we don't want to get into a place where all of a sudden we're saying we don't have anything, right? Okay, what was my other comment? I think I've said it now. When we have all these exposure, no symptoms, diagnosis, no symptoms, 14 days, 10 days, who is going to be helping track this? Are we, is the principal going to be helping? How will we sort of monitor that?
Primary responsibility will fall on our school nurses as the medical professional in the building.
Even for staff?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it for this second. Okay, I think that's it. Anything else from anybody? No? Okay, that's it. I'm done. Next.
The transportation, limits of ridership. Buses will transport 20 to 25 students per bus based on vehicle capacity. We have some 77 passenger buses. We have some smaller buses than that. But we will maintain social distancing to the greatest extent possible, a requirement of wearing a mask on the bus. It is our recommendation that we limit transportation to the town of Berryville. That the town of Berryville would become a walk zone, and no transportation would be provided. West of the railroad tracks. Although there are side streets here in this portion of Berryville that do not have sidewalks, there are sidewalks on Main Street. Once you get down past the railroad tracks, there are no sidewalks on Main Street that far down. So we would provide transportation to that side, to the east side of the railroad tracks, primarily. The reason for that is it frees up 4 buses that we can send out to other parts of the county where ridership is greater, and we won't have to make as many trips as we think about the timing of school starting. It is not unusual for school divisions to have walkout zones. It has not occurred in Clarke County, at least in the last 7 years. But that would be our recommendation with bus ridership here in town. The traffic circle up by the high school and upper campus, we would have a staff member there to facilitate students crossing the street and getting them to the appropriate side of the street to be able to walk to Cooley. Vehicle cleaning, all fleet vehicles, buses, cars, vans would be cleaned and disinfected after each run with approved cleaners. Disinfectant wipes and hand sanitizer will be provided for all buses. The entrance and exit protocols, entering the bus, hand sanitizer for the student. Students will load the bus front to back. If you're from the same family, you sit on the same seat. And we would stagger the way they sit on the bus. So first seat against the window, second seat against the aisle, just stagger students on the bus. And that way we could get 20 to 25 students. When we first ran the calculation on the 77 passenger bus I mentioned to you previously, we could accommodate 12 students. Face coverings, drivers and students will wear face coverings while riding school transportation. And students will be asked to provide their own mask, but we will have masks available if they are needed. Drivers have to do pre-trip screenings, just as all other staff members. That 100.4 temperature, it's a CDC recommendation. If you had a temperature greater than that, you would be required to stay at home. Any driver exhibiting symptoms would not be allowed to drive. Any student exhibiting symptoms or has been in close contact with anyone should be kept at home. That's just reiterated here. Any driver or student with positive symptoms or close contact should self-isolate and contact their primary care provider. The other thing that is not in the plan that we talked about, but we'll add it, is that as appropriate, the windows on the bus will be open to provide ventilation. Anything on transportation?
I wanted to ask about facial screens for bus drivers. I think there are some counties who are providing facial screens for bus drivers.
We have face shields. Is that what you're talking about? The
Yes,
shield?
that's what I mean.
We want to make sure that that's an approved
Right.
mask, face covering for a bus driver to wear. So Mr. Tremere is actually checking on that.
Okay.
We're not sure that that would be approved, but we want to make sure before we say that
Right.
outright.
Thank you.
Anything else about transportation? My only comment would be, what if we have a bus driver that doesn't want to wear a mask?
It's a condition of employment if they don't have a reason for not wearing it.
All right, next, general instruction.
General instruction, which is applicable across grade levels, other than alt ed. So for next year, we would anticipate that our alt ed program would not exist as we've had it in the past. Under the hybrid model, those students who would typically be in alternative education would be handled at their home school, would be in attendance at their home school. There could be some additional supports or processes in place for those students in the building. And at such time that we would transition back to a more normal school year, we would take a look at it at that point. But alt ed would not exist here in this facility as we've known it in the past. Attendance for all students. The students are expected to participate in face-to-face and asynchronous instructional days. Students would be assigned in Power School to on-site, face-to-face or off-site days based on their geographic location. The bus garage has taken every student who has ridden the bus and has divided them into the blue or orange day. Blue being Monday, Wednesday, orange being Tuesday, Thursday.
Can I just stop you really quick?
Okay.
Sorry, because you just brought up bus. Maybe you said this and I zoned out. What's the rationale for limiting buses in the town of Berryville?
We're able to use those buses in other portions of the county. We have a large parent drop-off in Berryville anyway, and we could more easily handle people who live in more remote parts of the county.
So we'd have more buses available,
Correct.
and which will allow then more runs.
Correct. Well, it would allow more runs, more buses to make the runs. Otherwise, we have a few buses making multiple runs.
Right.
And then the start of the school day becomes problematic.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
So students have been divided up, orange and blue, based on the bus ridership. Those students whose parents dropped them off or who walked to school, I sent the information out to principals today, so they're starting to work through that. For face-to-face days, I've already mentioned blue or orange days. They would be in the calendar that you'll talk about later is color-coded to provide clarity for parents and guardians. Students who opt to participate in the virtual academy are required to attend and participate in any scheduled virtual class meetings and activities. Attendance for all instructional options will be recorded in PowerSchool. So if a student is in the virtual program and they're scheduled to be logged on at 8:15, then they need to be logged on at 8:15. Attendance will be taken just as it is if the student was in person. For any student who does not attend school on the third physical day, we will make a home visit and standard divisional practice and action related to attendance will be followed. It's important that families understand that the impact of the decision to enroll in the virtual academy would need to be done by semester. Coming and going, deciding on virtual and then not, or coming to school and then going to virtual, understand that we're going to have a balance of students in the building. And while one or two students, you might say, well, does that really make a difference? When you make that choice, we need to have you stay with that choice through the semester break at least, just in terms of how we make things work in the school. I think that's it for that portion.
Anything about attendance?
So is this a different kind of policy, I guess, or change in plan related to COVID-19 if a student doesn't show up to school on the third day
It is.
because of a hybrid?
We make home
hybrid
visits on occasion anyway.
Mhm.
Mr. Caplett's been out, I've been out before, Andre Kittred's been out, Mike Smith's been out, principals have been out to homes. So just related to this, yeah, it's a little more often than we normally would.
Okay.
Communication will be huge with our stakeholders. External communication to our parents and to our community through verbal and written forms of communication. Most of that would be centralized through my office, come out of this building. Communications with the media, through social media newsletters, news releases. Internal communication among the administrative team weekly about how things are going, what's working well, what's not working well, how can we improve things, what lessons have we learned week by week, basically, if not day by day. And then those building level communications with faculty and staff, as well as communication from my office to faculty and staff would occur as needed. Student fees would be assessed per usual building operating guidelines. Field trips would not be permitted unless they are virtual. Work would be graded. You might recall during the fourth quarter, work was not graded. It was either a pass or incomplete. But we would be grading moving forward. We started significant work last year on grading in the division, and we want to continue that to the best extent possible without burdening our faculty and staff with additional in-service days and work. We want to continue that positive momentum that we did last year. There are certain coursework, or is certain coursework that follows guidelines outside of Clarke County High School. Lord Fairfax, as our dual enrollment partner, may have additional requirements and work deadlines students need to meet. IB and AP classes will follow the guidelines set forth from each of those respective institutions. And those may also require additional work or deadlines that students must meet outside the regular classroom setting. Mr. Potts, our advanced programs coordinator, will work with teachers and communicate with students and families about all of those pieces of information that they need. We might have some students who qualify for homebound instruction if they have some kind of medical condition that necessitates homebound, and that will be handled through Mr. Moore's office as is our typical practice. One of the key things that teachers are going to have to do next year is identify where students are. What are those instructional gaps? What happened from March of last year until now, or until the day school starts? There's going to have to be some diagnostic work done to find out learning loss. The plan later on talks about the individual plan for like elementary, addresses that if you were a tier 2 identified student under RTI, you will start the year as a tier 2 student until diagnostic testing can be done. But we have a lot of information that needs to be gathered. As we all know, we missed basically 3 months of school at the end of the year. And there are a variety of assessments that will be used: scholastic reading inventory, iReady, benchmark tests, PALS assessments, DRAs, and there are BDOE tracking logs that can be used as teachers start to identify gaps in instruction. And those links are actually provided in the live document that we can post so people can pull that information down. All courses will incorporate missing content into next year's curriculum as appropriate. We're going to ask teachers to develop no-tech, low-tech, and high-tech learning modules. It has been made very clear in the documents later on that there will not be or should not be a reliance on the use of a computer device in in-person days. That would be best done while the student is working remotely. Equitable learning is a huge piece of this. Access to curriculum and meeting the students' needs first. Centralizing communication, developing and implementing a return to learning equity. So as we think about what we're planning to do moving forward, there are certain groups of students who potentially could be in school more often based on individual needs. Not that we would start the school year there, because everybody needs the time to settle in. But once some diagnostic testing was done, there very well could be some students who are asked to come to school more often than 2 days per week. Instructional technology resources. Mr. Hausman has done, as always, an outstanding job of providing information in this particular section of the document. He worked with our teams on the instructional side. He is looking at and has looked at a variety of PD options that actually kind of go over to page 20 and 21. What our teachers are working on, teachers' guides to Google Meets, student guides. Our teachers are working through, or have worked through, most of them have worked through Matt Miller's Remote Learning 101 course. Teachers have participated in the Virtual Virginia introductory training because Virtual Virginia will be different. It hasn't typically been offered at the elementary level as a resource. It's primarily been middle and high school in the past, so that's new. So we've made sure that people are have at least had the introductory training there. And then also to be developed for August of 2020, a parent and student guide to these particular programs, primarily the Google Suite, with mail and calendar, Google Drive, Classroom, Google Meets, Common Sense Education, and digital citizenship, because we still have a responsibility to make sure that our students are good digital citizens. We're also working on a map that identifies Wi-Fi hotspots throughout the community, so that people who have limited access to internet know where they can find it. We also know PD for social emotional learning and trauma-informed classrooms is going to be crucial as we come back to school. Students have been in a variety of situations since last March, and we need to be able to address that. On page 22, remote learning for students who do not return to school. It speaks to the virtual academy for students who choose not to return to school to health concerns or not homeschooled. CCPS faculty will be identified to teach within the virtual academy. That's part of what Mr. Catlett is working through right now and talking to teachers individually. That's going to be a balance. We don't have money to go out and hire a cadre of virtual learning teachers. For teachers who are identified as needing to telework and provide instruction remotely, somebody will have to take their place in the classroom. So if I was teaching, high school math, and I need to telework, and I'm going to be responsible for teaching virtually a group of high school math students, somebody's going to have to teach my in-person kids. So that's the process we're working through right now. I mentioned here again that once you decide to enroll in the virtual academy, we're asking you to stay there for a semester. Students who are in the virtual academy would also be required to take any SOL tests that were administered at the end of the year. The U.S. Department of Education has not made a decision yet, and the conventional thinking is that they will require testing next year, at least for federal accountability purposes. But if there is a waiver, we have been told that Virginia will apply for that waiver. On page 23, there is a sample schedule for virtual learning. So our proposal right now is if you choose the virtual academy, that you would have 5 courses. Those courses would be, I'll call them general in nature. They would not be the advanced coursework. It is, as I mentioned earlier, very difficult to have a virtual environment and an in-class experience be the same thing. IB courses, AP courses have very distinct requirements that may not be able to be replicated in an online environment. As our middle and as our high school folks work through this document. Elementary students would have courses 1 through 4, which would be the 4 core areas: math, reading, social studies, and science. That's a sample schedule and may be adjusted based on the grade level of the student. Social emotional learning section is actually under construction. Our guidance counselors, we had a virtual meeting with them last week. They are working on portions of that. Right now, I did receive, it's due to me on Wednesday. The high school actually submitted theirs today. It is not part of this plan yet. But one thing that I can share with you is that Mr. Catlett has confirmed with Family Preservation Services the TDT services for next year. They were scheduled to start with us in March, and it never came to fruition because of the closure. But that was confirmed earlier today. Special education, well, we speak to virtual counseling and how that might occur. IVP program, we have had IVP staff has been in touch with students even throughout the summer already, and just doing some touch points with students to make sure that they are doing okay while they're not in school. We will continue to seek partnerships with different agencies. The high school last year actually had some small group sessions that Crossroads was involved with, and we have asked them to also consider middle school sessions as well. Then I mentioned Family Preservation Services already. In special ed, teachers will continue to provide inclusion services for all special ed students. Students with IEP goals that require small group instruction will have those minutes met during inclusion or during pull-out sessions, on blue or orange days, and IAs can also be used to meet the needs of our special education population. For in-person instruction, there'll be co-taught services, pull-out, instruction provided in a resource setting, which also may be provided on Fridays from 9 to 11 virtually. Our multidisability students would be one group that we would take a look at going more often during the week. Some of those students require services beyond educational services, related services in PT, OT, speech sometimes. IVP services I've mentioned already, that those would be integrated as well. Related services can be provided based on the individual needs of the student. We will minimize, do the best we can to minimize pull-out from class, which may mean that students have to participate like in telespeech therapy as part of their IEP goals. SPED teachers will have to review student IEPs and propose revisions as appropriate to determine levels of service and service times, especially in whether it's remote, hybrid, either one of those, we're going to have to review every IEP in the division, make sure the service times and goals are appropriate and services are appropriate.
Can I ask a question about the, for students receiving PT, OT, or speech therapy, was it related services on Friday? Does that mean that they could come in person on Fridays for the PT and OT sessions?
Potentially, we talked about that as one of the, and we have more work to do on it. And primarily the reason is this. A student might have a 20-minute PT session as an example, and that's all they need. So how do we figure the transportation into that? You know, picking a student up, bringing them to school, and then taking them back home. So that's one of the things we have to work through is how we're going to do that.
Okay.
Not an easy answer to that scenario, but we know it's something we have to continue to talk about.
And for students who, I imagine there's probably some overlap in groups of students who will choose virtual because they have health conditions, and those might be our students who also need services like PT and OT. Will a homebound PT or OT be able to go to the home and provide that service?
We have in the past for like PT, we've contracted that out, so we'll have to work with the contractor provider to figure out how that's going to happen. Will they send somebody into the home? We don't know the answer to that question at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Student expectations, that all students would follow the code of conduct for their respective buildings, wear face masks at all times when they're in hallways during transitions and in classrooms, 6 feet of social distancing cannot be done. Students are required to complete all coursework assigned for face-to-face and remote days, and coursework will be graded and will follow CCPS policy discussed in the grading section of the document. Teacher expectations, upon arrival at work, they would do the health screenings, self-assess. After completing and passing that screening, faculty and staff would report to their assigned duty. They require a face covering at all times if they're within 6 feet of student or other adults, and no more than 2 people may be in a workroom at any given time. Faculty will be required to report to work 30 minutes before the first class begins in order to provide supervision for our arriving students. We really like having volunteers and visitors in our buildings, but for the time being, we would restrict that. So parents coming to have lunch, those kinds of things would be restricted, which is primarily an elementary thing. We would not want a variety of people coming into the building. All right, that is the kind of the general education piece, the general instructional piece.
Any questions?
I have a couple. So on page 21, under the parent, guardians, and student section, it says that parents and guardians and students will have access to on-demand training. What is that? What would that look like? What does that mean?
We would have a series of videos that parents could access. Add anything you want to add to that? That's the thought right now.
Yeah, and right now I've actually built out a website that's live now that has resource links and some tutorial videos across all of GC, and then slowly working through other technologies. And then as we go through, we're going to make more videos. This is what it actually looks like on the student side, so that you see exactly what.
And I wanted to say, before I asked the question, but I forgot, that I wanted to thank Mr. Hauserman for all of the work that you've done throughout all of this, because we see the PD offerings that you have found for teachers, and it's just, we're so fortunate to have you. So I truly mean that.
Mr. Herbert, one other thing, we heard from parents in the survey at the end of June, a more consistent template for Google Classroom. Pat has worked on that as well to make sure that it looks similar when parents open it up with their child.
Thank you. That will be really helpful. That was a little rough this spring. I have another question related, I guess, to page 24, 23, in terms of, you know, counseling and the IBP program. I know we have a district social worker who's part-time. Is there a plan to kind of incorporate her more into the various schools moving forward for this year especially?
Where appropriate, because
Okay.
she is part-time.
Okay,
And
right.
that's what we typically need her to be.
Mhm.
This is not a typical situation. That's why we're trying to wrap other services around
Okay.
the students, whether it's through Crossroads or
Mhm.
whether it's through training of staff
Mhm.
with trauma-informed care and other social emotional learning. So where appropriate, we can incorporate Chris.
Mhm.
But we've also tried to wrap these other services around so that there are multiple options.
Okay.
I have a couple of more questions about instruction. For students who are participating in the virtual academy, I do think it's great that we're providing hotspots for people who need them. And I know that we still have families who, no matter what you gave them, they are in a pocket of topography where it won't work. There's no signal. And so how will those students be accountable for attendance or how will we help them access the virtual curriculum?
Well, we can do packets as part of that, but also we can actually record. There can be screencast file recordings or other recordings, and those can be downloaded. You can come to a public hotspot site, those can be downloaded, and you can work offline on a Chromebook. So we just have to be able to get people in that place. Also, next Wednesday, I'm scheduled to be at a Board of Supervisors meeting about broadband. And I know that there is some conversation among the county about how to increase broadband service and maybe even a grant that's being applied for. We will have additional broadband service to citizens. Now, that's not something that happens overnight, but I know it's in the works. Mr. Boyce is great to work with, very supportive of our schools, and wants to include me in that conversation. Primarily to talk about what the challenges were as we started in March, kind of to the end of the year, and what challenges we're faced with this year.
Okay. My second question is about the, well, again, about virtual students having access to two things, sports and extracurricular activities. I know there was a comment from the community, and I had asked the same question myself, with sports and outdoor activities being relatively safer than an enclosed indoor environment. What was the reasoning behind not allowing those students to participate in sports or extracurriculars that are held virtually?
Well, we had some additional conversation after the last meeting as we looked at CDC guidelines and others. And you're right, outside activities are less problematic. But if you truly have a concern about coronavirus and whether you would be subject to that or get the virus, then I don't think it's a good idea that I allow you to participate in football with 50 other kids. Because yes, you're outdoor, but there's very close personal contact in football. And so we did decide to recommend that we limit those extracurricular activities for students who choose the virtual option.
What about, so I guess I have two follow-up questions. Or a comment and a question. I think that some families may choose virtual not because they have a health concern, but because childcare wise, it makes more sense for their family to have a consistent schedule and location every day. I could foresee there being multiple reasons that a family would choose virtual. So, and they don't have to have a health concern to choose it, right? Okay, so they can choose it for any reason. And then I think, I guess my question is, could they participate in those clubs that are meeting virtually anyways?
Clubs that are meeting virtually, things like DACA, as an example, at the high school. Most of the students who are participating in DACA are taking those courses. And certainly that could be one of the 5 classes they take. So I do know that Ms. Elson, as an example, at the high school, part of the plan for the middle and high school is that those meetings will occur virtually on Fridays. So I see no reason that they could participate in those kinds of activities in a virtual environment. Athletics is a different situation, in my estimation.
I could see those students, just to play the devil's advocate, choosing to participate in things like golf or cross-country running, where there's not a lot of close contact. Football, I agree with you. I think that that's different.
They're still going to be on the bus and in other situations where they're a little more close than they are when they're out running the 3.1 mile course. So that's kind of where we landed as we continue to discuss it.
And my other question is about, I guess it's an equity discussion for us, and that is access to IB and AP courses for a student with a health condition that prohibits them from coming to school to not be able to access those courses. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel good. And I know that this is a really difficult situation, and we're trying to do the best that we can. But that's, I guess I want to give that some more thought and see how we might be able to give that equal opportunity to students who might be, really high achieving students who have a health concern.
Homebound services. So if a student has COVID and they require homebound services, are we going to provide those?
We would not send an individual into the home.
Okay.
Homebound next year, as we've done it, might look very different.
Right.
Students could be, if they need homebound, could be placed in the virtual academies instead of having a teacher that would go into a home.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about where that might occur. Would it be a larger space like this, maybe? But I don't know that homebound next year. We did address it in the plan. There could be an extenuating circumstance that I can't think of right now. But more than likely, the virtual environment will kind of take the place of homebound, so we don't put staff at risk of going into somebody's home or something like that.
And then one other thing regarding grading. I know that you all gained a lot of momentum this year with standards-based grading, but I think that that's asking a lot of you and your staff, and then especially teachers, to adopt this really complex, whole new way of looking at grading. And I feel like personally, that I wouldn't tax yourselves too much on moving forward with that, and really focusing on doing the best that we can to provide a solid education this year.
Our thoughts about that for the coming year is that we would do some shared reading and things of that nature, and not necessarily have work groups who are out there working on implementing, but continuing the conversation, shared readings, those kinds of things could potentially be what we approach this, or how we approach it this year, instead of moving forward like we had planned to do coming out of basically middle of the year last year. We were
ready to
kind
go,
of moving ahead, but certainly things changed since then.
Okay.
Just a clarification on the selection of the virtual schooling. It's for the school year, right? Unless the governor's restrictions are loosened, in which case it would be the semester.
It would a minimum of a semester, but yes, you're exactly right. We would say potentially, if the governor doesn't release the restrictions, then it potentially could be for the year. We're saying that people should know from the beginning it's going to be at least a semester. But if things don't loosen up any, it potentially could be the entire year. So yes, thank you for asking that question. I don't think I'll mention that.
And I think, in hearing the rationale for the virtual students not being the restriction on the sports activities or extracurricular activities there, I think unless, like my sense would be, unless there's a compelling reason for the the system to be impacted by their participation for health and safety concern, that we allow the families to determine their own complicated rationale for navigating this coronavirus epidemic. I mean, the idea of, well, I don't want them in the classroom, but I'm comfortable with them being outside. I can accept that level of risk as an individual choice, and I can understand that as opposed to just saying, look, you chose one, you're out, and you don't have the opportunity to do one. So if there's a reason for the system to feel that the students that are participating, that are doing the 2 days in school may be impacted, then I probably could support that, but without that, I think I would rather the parents have the opportunity to determine their own level of risk and not feel pressured into one or the other for that variable. Just my perspective. And then you can tell me if this is the place for this conversation, if you'd like to do it later on when we talk about the school calendar, but I did see the calendar in here for the virtual thing, and that is the Fridays off and the rationale for the Fridays off. And again, if you think it's better to discuss later, that's fine.
I can discuss it now, that's fine, we can talk about it more later, but
As opposed to a different day.
well, people are addressing this in a variety of ways.
Yeah.
There are some divisions that have had Monday as their, and I'm going to call it the off day, even though it's not really an off day.
Right.
There are others that are using Wednesday. Some of what I've heard and, some of the comments that you received, well, there are 4 Monday holidays. Well, there are 2 Friday holidays. And as we start to look at our attendance across the division, the worst attended day of the week by students and staff is Friday. The second worst attended day by students and staff is Monday. So by avoiding Friday, which is typically our worst attended day, that's why we chose not to do Fridays. Or make Friday as our off day, if you will.
Thank you.
So going along with that, and then we can avoid this, bringing up this topic again, but in regards to the calendar, there have been questions of, well, why didn't you pick, to send one group on Monday, Tuesday, and then the other group Wednesday, Thursday, and that's going to eliminate cross-contamination, and it just makes more sense for, there are a gazillion ways to look at all of this, and I know that happens with the calendar itself every year. So of course, we're all going to have our opinions on how it should look. Could you provide, though, your rationale for
Yes.
recommending that?
So first, we're going to deep clean buildings every night.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole notion of cross-contamination should not even be there. For people to think, well, Monday, Tuesday, if you're off on Wednesday, that allows you an opportunity to deep clean the building. Our cleaning protocol is going to be enhanced every day, not just on Wednesdays. So then the other piece of it is Monday, I'm in school, I can have guided practice, I can have direct instruction and guided practice with my teacher. On Tuesdays, I can have independent practice. Wednesday, I'm back to school again. So while some might like the consistency of Monday, Tuesday, the cleaning protocol is going to be the same regardless of when they're in school. The other thing that we talked about was if a student went to school Monday, Tuesday, they won't be back till the next Monday. So a full 5 days have passed. So if I'm in school Wednesday, then I'm back again on Monday. So fewer days have passed. It's 1 day, but it's still less than it would be otherwise. There's no template for this.
No.
People are addressing this in a variety of different ways. We are recommending a plan that we feel like kind of fits our division and attendance patterns and so forth and so on. Some could argue that there is that consistency on Monday, Tuesday, having students back to back. But our thought was guided practice, direct instruction guided practice, independent practice on Tuesdays.
Okay.
Then I'm back in school Wednesday.
That makes sense. Any other questions about this? Okay,
Voice and DG Cooley specific information.
hold on real quick.
Anybody want a 5-minute break, or we want to get through this section? How are you feeling?
I'm okay.
You okay? John?
We'll get through this section.
Okay.
It's a lot. So Boyce and Cooley, you see the introduction for the elementary specific plan. Certainly not as many moving parts in the elementary world as there is in the middle and high school. The master schedule will reflect the number of minutes for each instructional core subject. For a number of years, we have done heterogeneous groupings here in the county. That changed 7 years ago. We are moving for the coming year to homogeneous groupings of students so that we can meet the needs, but we feel like we can meet the needs better. For that low-level reading group, as an example, being contained in 1 or 2 classes, we can push in resources more efficiently if we group them differently than we have in the past. That also allows our students who are more advanced to have differentiated instruction on the other end that meets their needs. So we don't have these mixed ability groupings or significant swings in mixed ability groupings in a particular classroom. Primarily next year at the elementary level, the focus will be on the 4 core subject areas, and you can see what the math and reading minimums are. Math, 90 minutes of math in K2, 105 minutes in 3-5. Reading, 2-hour reading block. Science and social studies, or Virginia history in 4th grade, minimum of 60 minutes. Our pre-K program, instruction will be addressed in accordance with the requirements provided by the Virginia Department of Education. Our pre-K program next year will serve both our special education preschool program, our students, and our Virginia Preschool Initiative students. In order to limit potential exposure, we will not be accepting the tuition-paying students in our preschool program next year. Those community students that we've had in the past. As a result, our preschool program will go from 3 classes to 2. Boyce Elementary will not departmentalize. They have 2 teachers per grade level. Nobody to really work with in terms of if you're a 3rd grade math teacher, you're a 3rd grade math teacher. Cooley will departmentalize, but teachers will move and not students. So a teacher will be assigned a classroom, but if I'm teaching reading, I might teach this group of students in a block, then I'm going to actually physically move to the next classroom and do another 2-hour block of reading instruction. So the students won't move. In addition to that core instruction, students will be given a 30-minute daily specials class, which may be held in the individual classrooms as well. There is potential for things like health and PE to occur. If there's 10 students in a class, other than equipment, the gym has very little surface to touch. But we can also do some in-class things in health and PE as well, whether it's through videos or just movement in general to get students active. A 30-minute lunch period, which would be provided in the classrooms, or social distancing guidelines can be followed. Our older students in particular may eat in the cafeteria. That's addressed in the food service plan, which is later on in the document. We've also talked to our elementary principals about a minimum of 2 15-minute recesses. Our students have been out of a routine since March, and they're going to need to be up and moving around, or we feel like they will be. The instructional piece on page 28, student placement will occur at each grade level with intervention requirements as the focus. So again, we're going to be looking at those homogeneous groupings of students. We'll do pre-assessments prior to each unit of study to determine whether a student needs additional instruction to close any gaps that might have occurred as a result of the closures back in the spring. And then the SOL blueprints is always the guide and teacher plan. So at the elementary level, the hybrid or remote blended learning plan for students who choose the hybrid model basically is what that says. Teachers need to be prepared to provide instruction through a hybrid approach. I've mentioned to you in the past, last month, that we've been told that the expectation is if school is closed for a period of time, that the pivot to virtual learning will occur quickly. So we're going to have to be ready for that, basically from day to day. We want to address the social and emotional needs of our students. and be equitable in our practice. Teachers will begin by examining curricular goals, identifying those big standards, which will be used throughout the year. Leveraging technology, I've already mentioned that should be done when students aren't in person. There could be a time when a student needs to respond to an essay question, something of that nature, that they might use their device to do that. But we do not anticipate having students on programs like ST Math during the course of those in-person days. We want the direct instruction and the face-to-face instruction to be as impactful as it can be. So on those out-of-building days, teachers will design remote learning instruction to address the most essential knowledge first. Again, it's not virtual learning is not business as usual. Typically, in most cases, children require longer to do assignments at home. So teachers should be mindful of those assignments that are posted on Google Classroom. We have recommended that teachers post everything they do in Classroom, so people have access to it all the time. Parents can sign up for weekly emails from Google Classroom. If you have a middle school student, you probably regularly get Google updates. If they have your email address, that actually is accessible and available to all grade levels throughout the division. Faculty this year, excuse me, are going to be required to invite designated administrators to the Google Classroom. So administrators will get every update, or teachers can opt them out of the updates, but they have access to go in and see what teachers are doing. So I don't know that an individual principal wants, 100 emails a day when a teacher makes an update in Classroom, but those notifications can be turned off. Yet the principal can still go in as a member of that classroom and see what the teacher's doing.
While you're taking a break, can I just ask a question?
Sure.
There's talk out there that when we assign a teacher a class, as we would normally, that there is an assumption that the teacher will not only have to support the hybrid model, but they will also be given a group of students who are 100% virtual. Is that true?
No, we're trying to identify teachers who would be in a virtual environment only. But what that means is that a teacher might have two students in algebra and 5 in geometry. It doesn't mean that it's going to be all algebra courses, or it could be English 9 and English 11. It just depends.
So essentially, for those virtual, 100% virtual learners, we will have virtual teachers.
That's our intent. And as we continue to work through the personnel piece, and this has taken a fair amount of time, Mr. Catlin can address it at any time you guys wish to have him address it. But he's made individual contact, and those conversations aren't necessarily short. Because he has a series of questions that he asks people as he's conducting, as they're talking conversation. We do have, on the elementary level for next year, we will have a stockpile of computers that people can request if they need another device or need a device. We will also have access to hotspots. As Ryan's commented about accessibility, and the signal strength for a hotspot is real. We have students that even with that don't get a good signal. So we'll continue to work on that and reach some kind of conclusion and solution.
Can I ask some questions about both the remote days of hybrid as well as the fully virtual program? And
For elementary?
For
In general?
For everyone.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that, and some of this is a comment, I think that for our students and our teachers this spring, they did, a tremendous job of rolling out virtual instruction quickly and as comprehensively as possible. And now that we've got time, we've gotten feedback from parents, and we have time to put some more thought into it. And I think that we all know that we are going to end up in a fully virtual situation at some point during this year. It is more than likely. And so I guess what's on my mind is that I want to make sure that those virtual offerings, whether they're for the hybrid students or the fully virtual students, are as rich as they can be. And that might mean that teachers are boxing up or bagging real books to send home and manipulatives for math and, all kinds of materials, real materials periodically that go home, come back, they get new stuff for. So anyways, I want to know if you and your staff have given kind of that real tangible component to virtual learning some thought and as a way to improve it.
Yes, and as part of the training that's scheduled or will occur, during the course of the summer months, many of those PD opportunities that Pat has been putting out, people have been asked to complete in the summer. Like math manipulatives that a student would typically use in school, we don't have enough of those to go around. And to mail those or to try to get them in people's hands could potentially be difficult. There are virtual manipulatives that can be used though, and there are a variety of resources that provide those. So will it be something that a student can necessarily put their hands on? No. Will it be something similar that can be done in a virtual environment? Yes. So the richness of the materials and the richness of the teaching online can be improved, and it will be, but we won't be sending home, math manipulatives from a 5th grade classroom. Those are generally classroom sets, and so 20 math manipulatives might serve 40 or 60 students on a given day. So we don't have enough of those to go around, but there can be other resources virtually that can be provided.
Even I'm thinking, maybe some paper things. So right, like if you can't have 10 blocks, maybe you can have paper strips that they cut out. And just as an example with the math, or when they're all reading a novel together in their small group with the teacher, that they have that novel to bring home, or I don't know. I know there was concern about the amount of screen time, and that the kids got, kind of sick of it, and the parents did too. And so I think that parents would welcome some more paper and hands-on stuff, whatever, in whatever way that can be provided to improve that.
And for students who are in the hybrid model, part of what the guidance documents share is that instructional assistants and teachers can be providing or making copies and getting packets ready to go home with the student. So, as an example, if I'm in school on Monday and I'm going to be doing my independent practice on Tuesday, I might be given materials to take home to be able to do that independent practice. And then on Wednesday, I might return them. The bigger issue is for students who choose 100% virtual. To get a novel in their hands, it's going to be on the device more than likely, as opposed to, because sometimes those are also classroom sets of materials. Make sense?
Yeah, it does. I guess I'm picturing those just at the elementary level, those big book rooms with sets of books, and thinking like, I know it's complicated. But could there be a rotation of different?
Potentially, yes. And I know libraries are planning to do online checkout. So again, for those students who are in a hybrid model, those books can be delivered to classrooms. I feel certain that our librarians will work out a way for people to be able to get books, who are not in the hybrid model.
Could we, could we potentially use some of that money from, I'm sorry, I'm harping on this, but this is, this is really key for me. You know, some of that money from the Board of Supervisors that they are talking about, do you think, you know, I don't know if you have that already kind of earmarked or spent in your mind, but to purchase some of those materials, those extra classroom sets of things to send home to students.
A large part of that money is probably going to have to be set aside for cleaning supplies. And it won't go far when you start thinking about wipes and hand sanitizer, other face masks, etc. Like I said, $100,000 is separate from the $500,000. I did send in a request for some reimbursement on like the computers and so forth that we bought. So if that money then is freed up, then potentially we could provide additional resources. It's not the popular answer, but it is virtual learning. And again, it's going to be impossible, nearly impossible to replicate in-class experience online. So what students get in resources could be virtual resources as opposed to hard copies of books. Some of the book rooms absolutely potentially go home in bags or be shared. There are online resources like a Reading A to Z that can be downloaded and used. So there are lots of resources there, but it won't necessarily be hard copies.
Well, we also don't have a number yet, right? In terms of the virtual learners that we have. So if you have 5 elementary school students, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be more than that, but if you have 5 elementary school students, you know, first grader, a couple second graders, then it might be possible to provide those things, but we don't have a number yet.
No, and you know, I'll kind of get to that later, but maybe this is a good stopping point. Ultimately, you know, we're going to be prepared to send the survey once the board makes a decision on what this is going to look like. I don't want to send a survey out that says, well, we're thinking about this, this, and this, and there's no detail associated with it, and then people say, well, how am I supposed to select my option if I don't know the details? So if a decision is set to be made next Monday, and on Tuesday, the survey will be ready to go. So basically, all we'll have to do is hit send. We'll give people a short amount of time to turn that around so it doesn't get lost in the inbox. As I've talked with some other superintendents whose school year starts a little bit before ours, they've provided a week as a turnaround. So again, it doesn't get lost in the inbox. It's on people's minds. And they get it filled out, they turn it back in. I'm hopeful that the survey response is good when we send that out. If not, we'll be doing follow-up calls, follow-up emails, and at some point we're going to have to assume that you're going to be an in-person student in order to make things work. So a lot of work to be done still. Let me see, where did I leave? So there's a link there at the bottom of 29. I mentioned you could use a Chromebook offline. On asynchronous days, we're recommending 30 to 45 minutes of instructional activities in each core classroom. The length of those activities should be age appropriate. The elementary school, there's Friday guided planning or virtual support days. Teachers would be on campus. They provide office hours from 9 to 11. Those also may include small groups at that time. Students or classroom teachers would hold a class meeting at the elementary schools from 8:30 to 9. This would be the opportunity for the entire class to be together in one setting. Again, for those people who don't have internet, it would be problematic. But all 20 students or 22 students would be in that setting together, and they typically wouldn't be. Instructional assistants on Fridays would assist teachers in prepping for the upcoming week's instruction, making copies to send home with students, etc. Students in reading and math, or specialists in reading and math will conduct small groups or one-on-one instruction in a synchronous setting. So we'll be working with those students to need intervention. Our music teachers have committed to doing online or virtual beginning band on Friday mornings for our elementary students. That would be a short session from 11 to 11:30. Then we have planning, individual or team planning from 12 to 3:30. Then on designated Fridays, team meetings with administration, a data review, those kinds of things. Meetings being an hour or less. Our English language learner students, the needs of those individuals would be met using a variety of instructional strategies and methods. Small group instruction and individualized instruction during the day, and then also a push into classrooms as well as into a quieter room, work on reading, writing, listening, and speaking skills. And of course, we would administer the WIDA test to those students.
Remind me, is it just,
We have 3 English language learner teachers, Janine Davis, Lisa Nick, and Carrie Stiller. Almost said Rebecca, that's her daughter.
Are they all full?
Carrie Stiller.
Well, I mean, I know Janine is, but are the other 2 full-time?
Yes. Lisa's at Cooley, and Carrie is at Boise. I mentioned our specialist. They would have 30 minutes per day. Libraries, access to library checkout by students online using the Follett software. Students will check out books online. Media specialists would deliver those to the classrooms. PE activities would be available and based on social distancing guidelines, sanitation equipment, art, the same way. Music and band, with the beginning band taught remotely. And then students that sign up would have that on their off day, as already mentioned. Our IAs and how we would use those individuals, primarily providing support to students during the day when for those hybrid students that are in school, but then also assisting teachers in prep for the coming weeks. Our reading specialist and our math specialist would use the guided reading program, Jan Richardson's RISE program for our students during the coming year, using the PALS and DRA as the assessment tool. They would also be responsible for working with students virtually on Fridays as well as in person during the Monday to Thursday timeframe. Under remediation and intervention, I've already mentioned that our students who are identified in the RTI process as being a tier 2 or tier 3 student would start the year at that level until we could do appropriate diagnostics. Instructional technology, and this again, we mentioned that ST Math and other computer-based programs should be used and reserved for remote learning days only. Activities will be easily accessible to both students and parents to allow students to work independently. No new instruction on those remote learning days. It would be independent practice, and Google Classroom would be the platform for that, and Google Meets would be the meeting platform. Our health and safety plan we've already gone over. And then this is one of the things that, you know, in this big plan, we started talking about, okay, we need to talk about kids who arrive and when they arrive, and if they arrive late, how that's handled. We take it, it's one of those things you take for granted. People show up tardy to school, but we know that we need some procedures for that. So teachers would arrive or would conduct the health screening assessment. They would self-assess. They should conduct that screening early enough to secure a sub if needed. Mr. Catlin knows as part of his personnel plan that his sub-in service this year is going to take on a whole new level of work. Staff would arrive by 7:30 each morning. The first bus would arrive at 7:40. So they would need to be in place prior to that. So bus riders at Boyce would arrive through the front of the school as they do now. They go into the building. They would be screened, or if weather's appropriate, they could be screened as they get off the bus. Students arriving by car would come in by the gym and the parent drop-off loop. Again, they're going to try to screen those individuals, whether if the weather's appropriate, as they get out of the car. Coolie bus riders would enter through door B, which is down by the cafeteria. Those buses would be unloaded one at a time. Students would actually filter into the cafeteria. We'd set up the health screening clinic there. Students arriving by car will come in down by the gym entrance, just as they do now, and would be filtered into the gym where the health screenings would occur before the student goes to class. Dismissal would be done as it typically is. We would ask the students wear a mask in the hallways as they're dismissing, and students would be dismissed to go to the bus. It could be in a wave of students, a first wave, a second wave, and then students dismissing by car to their cars, and boys would go through the gym exit. Coolie dismissal, bus riders would go through the exit that they typically go through up by the cafeteria, except for grades K and 1, would go through the front playground exit, the door onto the playground, so we can have separation of students. Coolie students dismissing by car would go out by the gym. So early dismissals and late arrivals. I think it's important, and I wrote this part of the plan, so elementary students shouldn't just be left to their own devices to get to and from school. So we would ask that the parents accompany their child. So if you arrive late or you go to an appointment and return to school, once the student arrived, the parent should use the intercom system at each building to gain entrance. The parent and student should wear an appropriate face covering, and then the student would be health screened if they were just showing up for the first time during the day. And then we're also actually looking into touchless sign-in systems, so we're not sharing a pin, those kinds of things. For early dismissals, we ask the parent notify the school in advance that the student's going to be dismissed. School personnel will call the student to come to the office in advance of that dismissal. Upon arrival, the parent uses the intercom system, come into the building where the student will be waiting. And then we'll sign the student out on the designated form. And again, we're working on a touchless, or looking into a touchless sign-out system. Questions about elementary?
So this will go along with, getting a little late. So this relates to both, to all three levels. There have been questions as to, well, if you are teaching, these groups of 10 students, why can't you have a Google Meets, a Google Classroom going on at the same time, so that the students who are not in school, that it's their day at home, why are we not doing that? And in my mind, I kind of thought about it for a minute, and then I quickly brought myself back to what it's really like to be in a classroom. So can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, to expect the teacher to be in range of the camera at all times is probably not likely. The second thing we have to take into consideration is any potential violation of FERPA and privacy related to a particular student and his or her individual need. So we want to be very careful that another person might not have access to another student's disability or something of that nature. So we have to be really careful about putting cameras in classrooms and potentially violating privacy of another student.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Turco?
The walkers from Cooley, it says here dismissing by car or bus, but the walkers are not specifically addressed for the arrival or dismissal.
That's an oversight. We'll address it.
Ms. Ryan?
Nothing on this section.
Mr. Sheedy?
Nope.
So, We used to drop off our kids at Cooley, I'll say specifically. Get there at 7:55, they're rushing in, right? That's not gonna be as easy this go around.
Won't be as easy. We'll have to have staff, specialists and instructional assistants and others will be assigned in the morning the duty of conducting these health screenings. We anticipate the health screenings will be very fast, obviously. And there's a series of a few questions and an infrared thermometer. So that shouldn't take that long, but it will be longer than normal.
So do you think we'll be able to have like the sheriff's department and the town police sort of help maybe at the beginning? I don't know, I just anticipate a really long line those first couple weeks, right? As we kind of get used to this whole.
The sheriff's department has provided support, like at Cooley, the first day of school for.
They were there, right.
They've been there, they helped to monitor traffic and slow people down and a variety of things that they've done. So I don't have any reason to believe that they wouldn't be willing to offer that assistance coming in. I have not specifically spoken to the sheriff or to Chief Deputy Sumption about that, however.
But something we can at least ask, right? And then bus riders, like, are we anticipating then maybe we start picking up a little bit earlier? If we're gonna have 4 buses all kind of waiting, right, for these screenings?
Well, again, we'll have multiple people conducting the screenings and we'll have fewer people on the buses.
That's true.
So we won't have a bus packed with 60 students unloading at Cooley at one time.
That's right, okay. All right.
So will the screenings take place before the child even walks in?
If the weather's appropriate, that's
Okay.
kind of the goal.
There are
yes.
some days it's gonna be
Right.
awful.
If the weather's not appropriate, we'll usher them into the cafeteria or the gymnasium at Cooley as an example, and do the screenings there, keep those, far apart as we can, social distancing, to get them through the process as quickly as we can.
I'm also assuming with late arrivals, that for a parent to say, oh, my child wasn't feeling well this morning, might not go over as well.
Still, yeah.
So, okay, let's take a break, right? Always on Johnson Land.
Okay. I'm not getting it. Oh. I don't anticipate that. I think that they'll vote next week. You might be able to vote next week. Anna's gonna be back. Yeah, you might be able to vote. You're meeting, this is a bad meeting for you to come to. We've normally been home like 3 hours by now. How much longer? My guess is another hour. It's loud.
Do you know Rod Cardinal?
Yeah, partner.
Yeah, Rod and I played soccer together. Awesome guy. Well, he had a heart attack.
He just retired at the end
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, he was like Mr. Google.
he's in as much now that he's teaching more courses for Shenandoah now. He's doing.
Oh, that's great. He and his wife are awesome. Yeah.
I imagine he will be almost as busy in retirement. But his wife retired too.
Oh,
So
wow.
they both retired.
And they moved into town, I think.
That I don't know. I know they both retired.
He retired. And moved into town. Yeah. He's a great guy.
Hey, please don't come within 6 feet of me.
Okay, but.
I'd like to social distance.
I'm gonna ask.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna ask the chairman to ask you to leave.
Hey guys, if you really want that on the record, stay 6 feet away from me. We can put that in the record. We're live video right now.
It takes a lot to make this stuff work. Everyone's got to participate.
I'm engaged, I'm participating. I am being an active citizen in this community. Boy. I hope it is. Anyway, Rod is awesome.
Yeah, I've always gotten along real well with him. I'm on the board for this, seems to be in the activities every day. But as I've done more and more instructional technology, like Rod's always somebody outside of it.
Yeah, he was early adopted. Yeah, really early.
Back in 2008, when I did my student teaching in PA before I moved, one of my placements was in 7th grade social studies, and they were doing a pilot Google after education.
Yeah, he's sharp. He's sharp. He a great soccer player too.
I believe it.
Before he got sick. He used to rap too. And it really kind of killed him. Well, yeah, he didn't like it, but he couldn't ref soccer anymore. Or he wasn't so much worried about playing, but like if he ran into a player or something, the doctor would because he had to have a pacemaker and awesome guy.
I joke with my wife, of course, I'm solid 20 years away from that. I don't actually see myself retired. Right. Like Renee said, it was that's how I can't just say.
There's always something new in it, right?
And I joke. It's appreciated. I think 6 or 7 people can be. There's always something coming to
Talking to a lot, she's still watching.
Camera's reversed when you're looking at it.
It flips it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, he's over there. Because it's late, right?
No, it mirrors it. They all do that.
Yeah.
Why you got the uniform with it?
I see that.
Yeah, when I used to wear contacts, it was crazy.
Yeah.
I know. Let's have a break from studying.
You have to do something at 4:30 this morning?
All day. Huh?
You have to do something at 4:30 this morning?
No, I was up at 30 this morning. I had a procedure at EPA today.
Yeah, what?
A procedure. at
Oh,
EPA.
okay.
We were down there all day, drove back home. The never ending day. It's so strange because
Yeah.
my kids would have wanted to go a lot more often. There we go. And I didn't.
Well.
One kind of flu have it longer.
Yeah, right.
You don't have a problem.
We forward that email to me.
Yeah.
From the high school.
Yes.
I think there were some of the pain points in a little more detail, but just by the high level.
Well, there is some of the stuff in the high school plan is very similar to the elementary. So I don't even.
So you'll
go over
just,
that
okay,
again.
fine.
I'll just say it's the same as the elementary.
Yeah, because even after we're done with this, I'm talking. Like the calendar. No, all this stuff in there. Okay. We can start with the middle school and high school.
Okay, so activities and clubs, the very first part. All the activities and clubs that would potentially be meeting are under the same guidance. If you go back and look at the document that we reviewed last month that you approved, the high risk activities, low risk, moderate risk, it even included things like band. So those guidelines would be followed for band, choir, just as they would for an athletic competition. Dances and socials, those kinds of things for the time being are all canceled. Theater performances are addressed in the VHSL guidelines. Those co-curricular organizations, DECA, HOSA, et cetera. The plan is right now for them to meet virtually on Fridays, on designated Fridays. And clubs may also be held on designated Fridays.
Are we also treating band like we're treating sports, that if they select 100% virtual, they will not be able to participate in band?
Correct. The high school and the middle school sports programs would follow the same guidelines, even though the middle school sports teams do not follow the VHSL guidelines specifically. We're treating them all the same. English language learners, very similar to what we had in the elementary plan. Library equipment and checkout protocols, similar to the elementary plan. We did start response to intervention last year at the high school. So students who are identified will be served in English 9 and English 10 classes, as well as their math proficiency and best classes. The designated reading specialist at the high school will coordinate services and meetings for those students. The middle school will follow a similar process for their English and math classes. Remote learning for students who do not return to school. Additional information for grades 6 to 12 above and beyond what was in the elementary document. The sample schedule is very similar to the elementary model. Again, we're suggesting that they have access to academic courses. I know Ms. Ryan brought up that she wants to give some more thought to IB and AP and how those might be addressed. And then that fifth course, it could be determined at a later date based on its individual needs.
Can you briefly address the parent question about history and social studies not being included in as a core class?
Well, social studies, at the high school, it is possible that you don't have social studies every year. But there are certain requirements that a student has to meet. It's potential that that fourth core in some student schedule might not include a social studies class. So we would substitute that for some other course.
And in middle school, that would be their fifth class. Then because they do all,
Social studies has, middle school has social studies all 3 years.
All 3 years.
Yes.
So they would all have it, and then in high school, they would have it as they personally need it.
Graduation requirements, et
Okay.
cetera, yes. And remember, just as an aside for middle and high school, as we plan for graduation, a student has 32 credit opportunities the day they walk into high school. There are 26 required for the advanced diploma. Many of our students leave the middle school with a minimum of 1 high school credit, if not more. If you have a student who takes algebra and geometry in the 7th and 8th grade, takes 2 years of foreign language, that's 4 high school credit classes that quite a few of our middle school students go to the high school with 4 credits under their belt already. So that reduces the number of classes that they need toward the advanced diploma to 22.
Okay.
The hybrid remote learning or remote blended learning section is the same there. We had a lot of conversation at the bottom of page 39, the bottom third of that page, about what the schedule would look like at the middle school and high school. As you all know, we're on an alternating block schedule there, where A-day classes meet on one day, B-day classes the next day. An initial conversation was that in their 2 days of learning, that on, like say, Monday, the student would have their A-day classes, and on Wednesday, they would have their B-day classes. I felt very strongly that students needed to meet with their teacher face-to-face more frequently, so that they should meet with them on both days. So 8 periods. Those periods are reduced, though, to 46 minutes. So it cuts the time basically in half, but students will have face-to-face twice a week with all teachers at the middle and high school. A very different way of looking at it, but in my estimation was the best thing for our students. On those out-of-building asynchronous days at the middle and high school, again, very similar to the elementary model that was in the previous section. Teachers will post assignments, resources, due dates to Google Classroom. Parents can sign up for weekly emails from Classroom. For those out-of-building asynchronous days, 30 to 40 minutes for each class. And on Fridays, again, very similar to what we have at the elementary level. Faculty and staff would report. The day devoted to academics, athletics, conditioning activities will be scheduled for after work hours. The synchronous learning platform will be employed to provide teachers the opportunity to interact with students real time and should be used to meet the needs of individual learners. So as an example, at the middle and high school, you might have a chemistry teacher who schedules a 30-minute virtual session with the class as they talk about how to balance chemistry equations. That was a favorite of everybody. But that could be, the teacher might recognize the students need additional practice with that and may schedule a 30-minute session for those students. Similar kinds of things could happen for middle school courses or other high school courses. Primarily, though, it's the same kind of schedule for the elementary. So that schedule for Fridays would look a little bit different, though, at the middle school and high school. What we are proposing right now is that on alternating Fridays, so that basically we can look at it as the first and third Friday and the second and fourth. The first and third Fridays, periods 1 to 4 would meet for up to 40 minutes. And on the second and fourth Fridays, periods 5 to 8 would meet. So 2 days of in-person, and then a third day on Friday, on alternating Fridays, of virtual touch points with students for a third day.
And so is that virtual touch point, is it just for specific students, or is it for that
first period class or,
Could be both,
okay.
but the way we're looking at it right now is that initially at least, that students would be invited to participate and have, whatever lesson, whatever review the teacher's doing. But at times it could mean that some students who might need additional work in algebra, let's say, would be invited to attend on a particular Friday. Early dismissals and late arrivals, again, are very similar with one primary difference. For students who arrive late to school, we're asking the parent call the main office and report the student arrived. Much like if you've been to the doctor recently, you pull up in the parking lot, you call them, tell them you're there, and then they tell you when to come in. So they would report that the student has arrived. School personnel would then direct the student to enter the building using the intercom outside of the main entrance. Student would wear the appropriate face covering when entering the building, would be health screened when they arrive, and then we'd sign the student in, and there would be a touchless sign-in system. Elementary school, early dismissals the same way. Parents are requested to notify the school if it's necessary that the student be dismissed early. We would call the student to the office early. Upon arrival, the parent would use the intercom system at each building to gain entry where the student would be waiting. We want to make sure that the student is leaving with the appropriate person. So while we're letting parents or the individual dropping them off, send them in without the parent coming in, we need to make sure that the student is leaving school with the person that they're intended to leave with, just from a safety and security standpoint.
You know how we have rules for if we had students who participated in sports?
Yes.
And they had to be like in school for a certain amount of time, or they couldn't be late or couldn't leave, right? So how are we dealing with that?
Same way. I mean, all that stuff would still be in place. Last year, we implemented a tardy policy for athletes, if you will, and all of that would remain the same way it is now. I mean, the expectation is that students arrive and they're on time to school. If you're in a virtual environment and the decision is that they participate in extracurriculars, then they need to be in their virtual class. So student drivers who are dismissed early should check in with the main office prior to leaving, and then school personnel would sign the student out if it's an early dismissal. For Johnson Williams, specific information, back to school nights, those kinds of things in all buildings are going to be virtual. Whether it's individual teachers or a school level event, grade level and department meetings would take place either via Google Meet or in person, practicing social distancing guidelines. Faculty meetings could take place through Google Meet or in person if we can maintain the appropriate distance. Gifted students would have the opportunity to work with teachers through differentiated instruction. New orientation for sixth grade students or sixth grade student orientation or new student orientation will be done via video and a recorded message this year from the administration and staff at Johnson Williams. So start of the day dismissal procedures, again, very similar to the elementary school. For employees, student arrival, bus riders will enter the building via the cafeteria doors at the back of the building. Car riders would enter the building via the main entrance, and students arriving by foot or by bike will enter the building via the main entrance, door A or the cafeteria door, depending on which entrance is closest to their arrival. So following those temperature checks and daily health screening, students would then report to a class, or anybody presenting symptoms would be sent to the clinic for further evaluation. Student dismissal, again, bus riders would go through door P, which is the cafeteria door on the back of the building. Students dismissing via car would exit the main entrance, and students dismissing on foot or who are walking or riding a bike would exit the building via the main entrance or the cafeteria doors. Supply lists. Individual schools would distribute a list for items that students might need for their classes. The high school specific information, we have a link there for AP with the most up-to-date information. I don't know how AP will handle their curriculum and their testing moving forward. At the end of the year, both AP and IB made some changes to the process. So who knows at this point what kind of changes that they will have in place by the time AP testing happens next spring. Back to school night, the typical back to school night will be canceled, but there will be a virtual presentation that will be made available. CTE lab and clinical hours will be held to only the block in which the class is designated. Those experiences cannot go over into other classes due to limited face-to-face days, and then permission or participation in those experiences will be limited to permissions granted by the facility. So our nurses, as an example, our nursing program at the high school will be limited on where they can go based on what the facilities will allow. Department meetings, much like the middle school, face-to-face or virtually, if social distancing can't be accomplished. Dual enrollment classes, our career coach and advanced programs coordinator will meet with the LFCC Dean of Students to address dual enrolled students in classes to make sure that students are registered and grading practices and timelines that are specific to the high school are made available to our students and families. Freshman orientation, a pre-recorded video. IB classes will be operating as normal, outlined by the IB organization. And Mr. Potts will continue to administer that part of the program at the high school. LFCC, those programs like our industrial maintenance tech program and the EMT program, students are to attend classes on campus based on Lord Fairfax's requirements and what they're going to have in place by the time the school year starts. The governor's school was planning to start the year online. Students will begin classes remotely from home on August the 10th. Beginning on the 31st, they will be transported to the high school on their assigned, if that's when we start school, on their assigned orange and blue days in the morning via normal transportation schedule. And then we'll have a classroom set up at the high school for those students to be able to do their work at school. So start of the day, this is a change for the high school. The high school has used one entrance forever, I guess. In order to better accommodate students, bus riders will be dropped off in the bus loop and will enter through the main entrance. Student drivers will enter through the cafeteria entrance. If you're looking at the building, facing the building, it's the door on your right to the edge of the cafeteria. Car riders will enter the door on the side of the building near the greenhouse. So instead of parents going into the loop and dropping off their students coming out, they're going to go by the building, up by the greenhouse, drop off their student, and then go out on the Mosby. And that will be one-way traffic only. And I failed to mention we'll have one-way traffic in hallways to the best of our ability. There'll be certain situations where hallways are wide enough we can keep kids apart. Cooley's main hallway is an example. Going down to the gym in the new wing of the building, that hallway is wide enough where two classes can pass and be 6 feet apart. So the high school's plan for next year is to divide their students up in 3 different ways. Once again, we'll need to address students who walk to the high school. In afternoons, bus riders through the front of the building. Parent pickups will be released to the cafeteria and will wait until their ride has arrived. Student drivers will be released a couple of minutes prior to the end of the day to avoid congestion at the front of the building. Questions about the middle school, high school?
So I think I'm confused about the Mountain Easted Governor's School. So our students will start classes online with that program August 10th. And then beginning on August 31st, these students will be transported to Clarke County. Is that just meaning like with the transportation, is that implying that they may go back to being at the governor's school?
At some point.
Okay.
Yeah, at some point. Yeah, we don't anticipate, I mean, obviously, depending on how things change moving forward, I mean, the hope is that at some point we're able to get back to school.
Okay.
Including students who attend Lord Fairfax. But that's the plan right now. Of course, when you mesh schedules together, because you have, in the Middletown campus, you have Clarke, Frederick, Winchester, and Warren County who are attending the governor's school there. And then in the Fauquier campus, of course, you have Fauquier County and a couple of others. But, in order to match those schedules, they do start on the 10th.
Okay. Thank you.
And to be able to finish classes before the semester since they're on the college schedule. So instructional procedures at all schools in the event of a closure, whether it's a local closure or whether the governor has closed schools again. There are 3 modes of instruction. I did get a question via email and I've changed that. All 3 of these options may be used at some point, whether it's teacher-directed instructional model through collaboration and communication tools, online, teacher-assigned self-paced personalized practice, or whether it's hybrid. So the teacher's doing some direct instruction and then there's some kind of self-paced content that goes along with that. So it's not one of the 3. It could be all of the 3.
And what determines that the individual?
Individual teacher and the need of the students in that classroom.
Okay.
Student expectations in the event of a closure. In this particular chart on page 50, you have the expectations for English at the middle and high school and in elementary. And then again, under history, social science, middle and high school and elementary, math, science, etc., with the anticipated times for each of those classes.
And so do we have a number of, like, what determines school closure?
Okay.
So is that, obviously, we would first follow whatever the governor says, but what about, you know, if we see a bunch of cases pop up?
We will be in communication with the health department,
Okay.
who will tell us you need to close for the next week, you need to close for 2 weeks, you need to close for whatever portion of time. That will be based on information received from medical professionals and not something that we do internally. So we'll place those calls, we'll have a conversation, very similar to the flu. You know, there can be significant flu outbreaks where the health department contacts us and says, we're seeing a lot of flu cases in your schools, maybe you need to close for a week. So it'll be very similar to that. I have learned from Ms. Cather what the protocol will be from the health department standpoint. If there is a case in Clarke and you've gone to a medical provider, if you're a confirmed case, the medical provider is supposed to contact the health department. And then the health department would then be responsible for notifying us. And then we would work with them on what the appropriate course of action would be.
So one case in the building doesn't necessarily mean that the entire school closes. It might mean that everyone who was exposed to that student is quarantined at home.
Correct. We would take that guidance from the health department.
Okay.
But would that be based on their contact tracing investigation?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of all of this, and the contact tracing, which is actually addressed in a page or 2, or it's actually in the health plan. There is actual, there's a link in that document, if you have the live document, that you can go to the Virginia Department of Health that has a school division, health department collaboration checklist, guided recommendations, whatever you want to call them, for contact tracing.
So based on that investigation, if that teacher's been to 6 classrooms or whatever, then there is a possibility a school could shut down.
Absolutely.
Based on
and in a
their
small division, it
recommendation.
can mean that all 4 schools shut down.
Right, if you think about where their family's been or siblings.
Or you have a teacher that's shared between the middle and high school maybe.
Yeah.
Or a specialist that's gone to the elementary school and is also at the high school. As an example, if we were teaching band, it's a bad example, but it's one that I'll use. Mr. Curry has taught band at the elementary school for years. If he was to be at the elementary school and then the high school, and we believe that he's had exposure, a student had exposure, it could potentially impact both buildings. If I was in one building and had potential exposure and then went to the other 3 buildings not knowing it, I could be the reason that schools are closed if I've exposed other people.
And we're talking about staff, right? So if a child tests positive and parents don't want.
Well, to begin with, I mean, with students, we can't force a parent to take a child to the doctor.
Right.
Right, so that's kind of number one. There's also no obligation. I mean, we would hope that there would be communication from the medical professional to the health department to us. But if a child is tested and confirmed positive, there's really no obligation. If the communication chain breaks down, there's no way that we would know. I mean, that's the reality of it, and that's the kind of the honest look at this. We need cooperation from all levels for people to be able to tell us, my child was tested and they're positive, or I was tested and I'm positive, or I got it from work, my child's been exposed. We're relying on other people to this gets back to the social responsibility thing that you spoke about earlier.
When the school closes, and you may have mentioned this, but the impact to the virtual chosen, the people that chose the virtual option, it is minimal, is non-existent, is what?
What do you mean by impact?
Well, their program is separate from the program of the people that are in school. So if there's a closure due to, confirmed Department of Health kind of designated closure, the impact to the students that took a virtual pathway.
We wouldn't merge classes at that point.
Would not.
We would not.
So the virtual should just continue kind of smoothly.
Because we would have a teacher of record for those virtual students, and then, I might be in person and all of a sudden I'm in virtual, I'm the teacher of record for this group of students. So there would be, at this point, would be no impact on students who choose virtual academy. They would continue on with the teacher they've had.
Okay.
So let's say it's Thanksgiving and we're all virtual all the time. And it's a teacher who started the year with a classroom of, say, 20 elementary students, right? 10 on one day, 10 on the other, is now teaching those students fully virtual. And another elementary teacher started the year with only virtual students, and that teacher has 5. Would there be any balancing at that point to make it?
We'd have to talk about that further, because it could be one of those situations where, parents say, well, my child's had this teacher for the first 3 months of school and knows this teacher, loves this teacher, and why would you move me to somebody else now? So we'd have to think about that further, but that would not be my first inclination.
And to some degree, we'd be upsetting some apple carts.
I'm not recommending it. I'm just
like in an
wondering,
situation.
Yeah. We all of a sudden have a huge influx of virtual only students.
Right, and we might find too, let's say we have a 3rd grade virtual instructor. That 3rd grade virtual instructor could have students from Boys and Cooley, and not just Cooley.
They could easily have 20 on their own.
Could.
Just we don't know. Okay.
So then there's a proposed secondary schedule during a closure, how that would operate. You can see on Mondays, we'd have periods 1, 2, 3, 4. And what we're thinking about is trying to eliminate students sitting in front of a computer for 8 hours to meet all 8 classes. And then Tuesday would be periods 5, 6, 7, 8. Monday, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thursdays, 5, 6, 7, 8. So then students aren't sitting in front of a device for 8 hours during the day. Page 52, food service. We've had our meals program operating since March. That will change at the start of the year unless there are additional regulations and guidance and provisions made by the USDA and the federal government. So when school resumes in the fall, our plan has been approved through August 25th. But when school resumes in the fall, students would once again be charged for meals. No self-service of any kind. Generally, that's not an issue at the elementary school, but at the middle and high school, students are accustomed to kind of picking their lunch or picking their a la carte items, and that would not be the case. Students washing hands before meals, hand sanitizing stations would be positioned in the cafeteria. Breakfast for all grades would be grab and go. Breakfast carts would be set up near the health screening locations where students would grab a breakfast and go to their classroom. Lunch procedures in grades pre-K to 2. Individually packaged lunches will be picked up and taken to the classrooms. We're thinking that grades 3 and higher, that those meals could be individually packaged, and then shifts can be made, or shifts can happen to allow them to take them back to their classroom, or we might be able to set up cafeterias and maintain social distancing. It was one of the last conversations that I had with both elementary principals about taking a look at their cafeterias to see how many students we could accommodate at one time. At the high school and middle school, students would pick up lunches in the cafeteria while practicing social distancing guidelines as they wait in line. We do have gathering limits of 250 people now, so students may be permitted to eat at the, will be permitted to eat in the cafeteria as long as we can maintain social distancing. Curbside meal pickup, we are looking at ways to accommodate students who are in their off days, their asynchronous days, to allow pickup to occur on Fridays from 8 to 10 or 4 to 6 at the high school, so that we can provide meals for those students who might need them for the days that they would be remote. So they would get 3 lunches and 3 breakfasts. Personnel, there's been a lot of conversation back and forth between our counterparts and colleagues in Region 4 about how to handle these situations. Building attestations will be posted that basically says, stop, if you have any of these symptoms, don't come in. You've seen those at other places, retail establishments, etc. Employee contracts have been issued. Contract language has been added or modified to prepare for circumstances such as telework, assigning duties or adjusting duties, and even furlough language or reduction in force.
They've already been sent? Is that right?
Yes. Teacher licensure. The DOE did recognize that some teachers in Virginia were not able to meet licensure renewal requirements due to the COVID-19 outbreak, and as a result, waivers have been made available. And then fortunately, all of our teachers did plan in advance and met all requirements for renewal, so no waivers were needed at this time. We are working on childcare for both employees and working with Parks and Rec to be able to provide childcare options for members of our community. I have been asked to let Lisa Cook at Parks and Rec know as soon as we have a number on how many people might be interested in childcare. And that will be part of the survey that will be sent to parents. Employee health, again, we've tried to work with people individually on things that might impact their return, their ability to physically return to work in light of the coronavirus. Communication, I've addressed already, but certainly we use our CCPS all email to communicate with staff every time we get a chance when it's reasonable to do so and appropriate. So all of our folks have been trained on all of the use of all of those tools. Even our new folks already have email addresses and are able to access information that we put out. Health and safety is a priority not only for personnel but also for our students. And we've talked a lot about that this evening, but it is addressed in the health and safety portion. Mental health, not only do we have students who might need assistance, but we have employees. There is an employee assistance program that exists through the insurance provider that employees can take advantage of, up to 4 free counseling visits. And we have information that's available. Even on a normal year, we have several people that we often refer or provide the information to so that they can get some assistance. Recommended schedule for students was presented at the June 15th meeting. We've been working on master schedules in anticipations of reductions in funding and the efficient use of staff. That is ongoing and will continue to be ongoing. Employees and the attestation for employees prior to returning. Employees will be required to complete safety training and read and comply with COVID-19 requirements and agree to self-certify their suitability for return to work. So we've addressed employees diagnosed with an authorization to share COVID-19 diagnosis, then communication with employees exposed, then communication to the community when there is a positive COVID-19 test. And then for the second time in this document, we've addressed the training and professional development that will occur with our staff. Again, there's some mention of childcare there, and how we might go about that, who might be involved. And then there are several leave policies that are also available in links in the live document. And then there's an Appendix B, and that's only added right now because the high school is so different in terms of their arrival and dismissal procedures. So we wanted to provide people on that. Mr. Catlin, do you want to take a minute to talk about your statistics in terms of the survey questionnaire we received from employees?
Sure. Dr. Bishop mentioned that we have approximately 300 employees. You saw the survey the questionnaire we sent out because you're part of CCPSL, and so you had access to that. We asked all 300 employees to answer 4 very specific questions. We had about 85% return on that questionnaire. All of our licensed instructional staff have completed it. The majority of folks who have not are bus drivers and instructional assistants, and we're following up with them. But the first question that was asked was about employees who have their own health issue that would impact their ability to physically return. Of the employees that answered, we have 7 that have a health issue that could prevent them from returning. So first thing we have to determine is their position a position that would be amenable to telework. So not all positions are amenable to telework. So if they are, then they're on my short list of potential teachers who are working in the virtual academy. If they're in a position that doesn't, we have to make a decision about other accommodations. Just a side note, pregnancies would be included in that 7 because especially in the last trimester, it's been determined that those folks are at risk. And so even earlier, depending on the circumstances. So there are some employees in that group with pregnancy. The second question was about child care providers closing due to COVID. And that's an important question to get the answer to, because there may be some relief under the FFCRA, Families First Coronavirus Response Act. But of the folks, we had 18 who cited a child care provider that's closed. Now, some folks interpreted that question maybe not the right way, but I have met with or talked to a majority of these folks so far. But there were 18 who had a significant child care issue. The next question is are you ordered to quarantine due to COVID? And we have 2 who cited that, but they weren't specifically required to quarantine. It was actually related to a spouse and their work. So they had maybe a 2nd or 3rd degree of exposure there. But we presently don't have any employees who are ordered to quarantine that I'm aware of. And then the last question.
By their doctor, is that what you're talking about?
Right, and I can get to that in a minute, because if an employee is ordered to quarantine, there might be some relief there as well. So if you're ordered to quarantine for 14 days, the requirement is that you actually seek a diagnosis.
Okay, I thought you meant like long-term quarantine, like ordered by their doctor not to return to work.
No,
Those
those are the folks who answered the first question, who have
Okay,
a health issue. Yeah, they're not ordered necessarily to quarantine. They're identified with a health issue where they're susceptible to COVID.
okay, thanks.
But the last question we asked was, if we offered childcare, how many employees would take advantage of that? And we had 42 employees, and many have multiple kids, and so 42 employees, and I'm still working through that list. And so it's really important that we nail down the details of the childcare plan, because we've talked about, if we can make some reasonable accommodations and provide childcare at a facility in cooperation with Parks and Rec, then we're more likely to get our employees on site working with kids. It's much more efficient to have our employees coming rather than trying to find a substitute employee. So, whatever we can do to make a reasonable accommodation for childcare, I'd be in favor of that. And so, again, we have, 42 of our 300 employees who need that assistance. So that's the data so far. Like I've scheduled 30-minute meetings with a number of employees. I've had spent hours on this, and one thing I'm impressed with is the common theme throughout all the conversations is teachers want to do whatever they can to support whatever plan we come up with. And I've, through this process, have not had, I haven't had many teachers say that they're concerned about coming back to work.
You have
There
not.
have not.
So this,
This questionnaire didn't invite that either.
no, right, because
Right.
this questionnaire was well thought out because you had
Right,
guidance from.
right. It's legal, and I've got a flow chart with every scenario here that we worked on together, and so.
So we didn't ask these subjective questions,
No.
like, how do you feel about
Right.
coming back and all that stuff.
Right. And the biggest, like I said, the biggest concern through this is childcare, and I'm not in those conversations directly with those employees. I'm not hearing a lot of concern about, hey, if I can get my kids taken care of, I'm ready to come back to work. That's what I'm hearing consistently. So it's been good. I will speak a little bit about FFCRA. There are several scenarios where FFCRA would kick in and provide paid leave to employees. And so the first situation under FFCRA is when you're ordered to quarantine. And I misspoke earlier. When you're ordered to quarantine, you're not required to get a diagnosis. I misspoke. If you're ordered to quarantine, you need evidence of that order to quarantine. So whether it's your healthcare provider or it's through the health department. And the question we need to get from our local health department is, are they going to give orders of quarantine? So if an employee is ordered to quarantine, and they have evidence of that, then FFCRA gives 10 days of full pay. And it's 10 days because they're making the connection between 2 weekends being covering the 14 days, if that makes sense. Another example of where FFCRA might kick in is if the employee is experiencing symptoms of COVID. Now, if you say to your employer, your principal, hey, I'm feeling like I might have COVID, you need to leave immediately. But if you refuse to seek a diagnosis, you're taking sick leave. But if you seek the diagnosis, then it means you're cooperating with, the spirit of FFCRA. It means that you have that coverage as long as you're seeking a diagnosis. And again, that would be full pay, 10 days. And the third circumstance where FFCRA could kick in is if you have a family member ordered to quarantine and that family member needs your care. Not just if you have a family member that's quarantined, but if you're needed to care for them. But that only pays 2/3 of your pay for those 10 days. The same thing is if your child care's been eliminated because of COVID and you need to be home to take care of your child, that provides up to 10 days of paid leave, but that's again at 2/3 pay.
Is that 10 days maximum, or is it 10 days per occurrence?
That's a great question. Our first interpretation of that is 10 days between now and December 31st. Because all of FFCRA is intended to expire December 31st. But the way we read the law, the way it's written, it's a total of 10 days. So if you have a situation where you need to quarantine, but then you have a minor child that needs to quarantine, if you get 10 days. And then
Not 19 or
right,
whatever.
not 10
18.
2 times for each for different occurrences. So, but that's a local decision that we'll need to make as well, because there is the possibility of within this period of time that someone could be quarantined more than once, or be exposed or have symptoms more than once. So. That's a local decision because, and the other point is that benefit's only available if you've been an employee for 30 days or more. So new employees don't necessarily get that unless we make the decision locally to give that benefit to employees. And so we still have some questions. But I've at least been able to talk people through some of this based on the flow chart. One thing that is always available is family medical leave. If someone is sick, if it goes beyond 10 days, but family medical leave in isolation only gives you 12 weeks of unpaid leave. So, if you're an employee who's been around, you have an accumulated accrued leave balance, and you might have more protection than someone who's new without that leave.
So what we sort of do know is that if a teacher has to quarantine for any of these reasons, that we have FFCRA is helping absorb some of that cost for those 10 days, right?
Well, FFCRA is the act that allows them to have that paid leave. It's not clear who pays for that. So, yeah. So unless there's some type of reimbursement we can seek through a fund I'm not aware of. Yeah, that's our expense.
Okay, so we will be paying for these first 10 days. And then what we haven't decided is if they have to be quarantined again, or if they actually get it. We haven't decided if that will come from their sick leave, or if they hopefully have some, or if we will pay again, or if we pay a portion of it. That hasn't been determined yet. Okay.
Because that is certainly not addressed in policy at any level.
No.
And that just based on, when the flu goes through a family, for example, it's staggered. So you get the flu and then 5 days later, your kid number 1 gets the flu and then 5 days. And so when all's said and done, you're home for 21 days or a month by the time it's run through your entire family.
Is there an assumption too, if you're quarantined, that you did not test positive, that you will be working from home?
It's a possibility. We've addressed that in the documents, that students and or staff may participate in teaching and learning virtually. So if their condition was such that they could still continue to teach, then I think that's, in my estimation, reasonable.
And then they don't use their sick leave, or we don't need to pay them.
Well, that's another provision that we have to take into account too, is that if the teacher is teaching from home in a kind of virtually to a live classroom, in-person classroom, we have to then have somebody to facilitate that. We have to have an adult in the class to facilitate that. So that's something else we have to work through.
Would that teacher's students also be quarantined at home because they've been exposed to that teacher?
Well, if there was exposure in the contact tracing that we would have to be responsible for, depends on when the actual quarantine order happened and when the person was exposed to their students. I mean, at what point, as we trace this back, was their exposure? That's something we'll have to work through. I mean, that's an unanswered question.
I would think if the teacher tests positive, then the students are all assumed to have been exposed.
Well, I think it would depend. Let's say that a person had a spouse that was a first responder. Then if that person was exposed like on a Saturday, and then was told by his or her spouse that on Sunday that they have been exposed, then this teacher might not be exposed to any students on Saturday or Sunday. And maybe there was no reason to believe that the exposure happened when there were kids in that person's presence. Kind of an outlier kind of example, but I think it's possible that a person could be exposed and didn't have an opportunity to expose students.
Happily, we have the health department help us.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so we've gone through this plan. We have a calendar to take action on. So should we go ahead and review the calendar, and then during our school board member comments, we go ahead and have a broader discussion?
Up to you.
Yes? No? Yep.
Sure.
Okay, so at the last meeting, I suggested that we look at a start date on August 31st. I'm sorry, September 1st. In talking with Ms. Singh-Smith, she asked me to take a look at the current adopted calendar and make some revisions to that. So I'll go over that one first, just as an option. So as I looked at this, I did revise the start date to the 17th, primarily because that gives students the first taste of the hybrid Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday format. It doesn't get us into an odd situation, meaning that a group of students is on a Friday that first week and then back on a Monday. So I did slide it one day. There would be 10 days of preparation prior to that. 2 of those days I've worked with Ms. Biggs, who has indicated that the orientation for new personnel could occur over 2 days. And then we would take very few days from a division standpoint of meetings that we might require, but most of the time would be spent through our innovation conference and through other trainings to have people prepped and ready to go for the coming year, particularly related to virtual or online learning. So in August, we would start the the blue and orange days. Those are clearly denoted on the calendar draft. September 7th would be a holiday. The 16th of October would be an actual teacher workday because the end of the first quarter would be that particular day.
You notice with the September 7th, because of Labor Day, we've shifted to then use Friday. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, I'm sorry. There are 4 occasions in the calendar where there is a Monday holiday. As I said earlier, there are also 2 occasions in the calendar where there's a Friday holiday. And we know what attendance is typically or can be like on a Friday. So in those months, September, January, February, and May, when there is a Monday holiday, the blue group would meet on Wednesday, Friday instead of Monday, Wednesday, but they would still get their 2 days of in-person. The calendar does maintain the Thanksgiving holiday on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but that week I also added the 2 teacher workdays there. So there are 180 student days. There are 20 teacher workdays for the 200-day contract. November also includes the parent conference days from what we know today. Those would be provided through a virtual environment. And then on the 3rd, which is election day, that would be a teacher PD day where we can have some follow-up trainings as needed, etc. January 15th would be the workday in January after the end of the second quarter on the 14th. The holiday for Martin Luther King Jr. holiday on January the 18th. February President's Day is on the 15th. Again, there's that adjustment made in February for the blue group to have their second in-person day. March, the spring break week is still there, but the end of the quarter would be the 25th. Teacher workday on the 26th to do grading, etc. Final grades for the quarter, etc. There is 1 day less in spring break. With April 5th, we would return to school on the 5th. In the previous version of the calendar, April 5th was a flexible teacher workday. The 30th is apple blossom. All of the red boxes are board approved holidays in policy. So I assumed, based on policy, that I needed to put those in there, and certainly if you chose to do something different, you have the option to do that. But from my perspective, I need to put the holidays in there as they are recognized in policy. And then in May, Memorial Day on Friday the 31st. The last week of school would be, or the school year would end on June the 4th, and then work days after that. Based on this calendar, graduation at the high school would be the 28th of May, with the inclement weather day being the 20th. And the positive is, if we have to go through another virtual graduation kind of exercise or limited graduation exercise, we have that down to a science. That went extremely well.
And it was well received.
As you know, and as you heard at the last one. So that's kind of option number 1.
So we're not accommodating snow days, are we?
Well, there's 180 school days built in. Our calendar has not reflected snow days for a number of years, but because we still have enough instructional hours to be able to address missed days for inclement weather.
But would we use snow days?
It's possible. I mean, depending on the situation. When we're in virtual learning, when we have snow, etc. Our initial thought was that snow days, inclement weather days wouldn't exist. We would just flip over and do virtual.
Right.
One thing I'll mention about the school day in general. In order to build in a little additional time, the school day would be about 20 minutes longer. That helps with the 8-period day at middle and high school. So that's draft number 1. Draft number 2. Just close it up. Can you open it back for me? Draft number 2 takes the September 1 date and actually slides it back 1 day as well in order to accommodate the 2 in-person days during that initial week of school. So it would start on the 31st. Very similar calendar, although in August we would have additional work days. We would have 10 full work days for staff training. 13th and 14th would be our orientation for our new personnel. Also flexible work days for returning staff. We do have a couple of days there that are school-based. 17th through the 19th would be school-based teacher work days. Individual needs in buildings, countywide staff development days, a couple of days for meetings and trainings that we need to do. Our virtual innovation conference, where we'll do a lot of tech training for folks the first day on the 31st. The holiday and Labor Day holiday remains the same. The same adjustment is made for 2 in-person days with a blue group meeting on Friday that week. October is standard 2 days a week as we work through with the end of the quarter being the 30th. So by basically sliding 2 weeks, that slides everything 2 weeks later on. November 2nd would be the work day. I'm sorry, virtual parent conference day. November 3rd would be a work day.
And it looks like because we would be starting, because we'd be starting later, it looks like you're putting a lot of the teacher work days, right? We're packing them up front,
Yes.
so we have a little more.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Still the same thought process on the 23rd and 24th, that those would be teacher work days just prior to the Thanksgiving break. December remains the same as it did in the other calendar, the 2-week Christmas break. In January, the end of the quarter would be the 29th. I'm sorry, 28th, 29th being the work day. 18th would remain a holiday, as outlined in the policy. February 15th, still a holiday. Spring break is still intact. End of the second quarter I mentioned was the 28th. End of the third quarter would not be until April the 15th. The work day on the 16th. Apple Blossom holiday on the 30th. Memorial Day on the 31st of May. The last day of school on the 17th of June, with teacher work days the 18th and 21st. Graduation date for the high school is also slid 2 weeks. It would be the 10th and the 11th, 10th or the 11th, depending on weather. Shared earlier the rationale for Fridays being that off day as we look at attendance patterns throughout the division. For both staff and students.
Questions?
And the rationale for the later start versus the, what we talked about, the August 31st versus the August 17th.
Preparation of staff. Also buy some time to see how things change, what's happening moving forward. We know that Virginia, like many other states, has seen a spike in certain parts of the state, particularly the Hampton Roads area. So even between now and the end of this week, things could change. There is some discussion about reverting back to a previous phase along the way. So this gives us some more time, not only for preparation, but also to watch what happens as we move forward.
And then with Apple Blossom, it seems like this calendar assumes that either one of these calendars assumes that we're going to be in the 2-day schedule for the entire school year. Is that correct?
I had to assume that for planning purposes.
Sure. And if that changes, then would we adopt a new calendar for the remainder of the school year?
Or change the colors. Because we still have to do 180 or 990. So if we were going to go with, let's say, after first semester, we were going to go back to in-person 100%, or anybody that wanted to come, then we could just change the colors of the calendars and the days, and it just then reflects that it's every day for every student.
Yeah, so my point being that, if and when that happens, then I think apple blossom makes sense. But under these circumstances, I would suspect that apple blossom doesn't make sense, and then it would be my recommendation that it be removed from the assumed year-long two days a week program. Does that make sense?
We'd have to go back to policy.
Anyway you do it.
Based on whatever the circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with being flexible about that.
There is a disclaimer on both calendars that says the calendar may be revised based on COVID-19 conditions. So that, this will be an adopted calendar, but we can take a wait and see approach on the April 30th, depending on circumstances, 10 months from now, 9 months from now.
I'm in favor of wait and see.
I'm in favor of not. I think that we're in a constantly changing environment, and waiting is, the 2-week wait may likely not provide any additional clarity for the cost of delay, the continued cost of students with their access to either in-person education or virtual education. And I think that's been going on for too long. We've been out of school since March. My sense is we need to get them back in school. And I haven't seen anything that's occurred since March that 2 weeks would have done better in terms of a perspective on the future. The future has been as uncertain every day for the last, however many months. So if it, from that standpoint, it's the same amount of teacher work days prior, and so I think it's important to get the kids back in school, get on with what we do.
I was referring to April 30th.
What?
Thank you. And we're not done yet.
Okay, any questions, any additional questions for Dr. Bishop? We're gonna do this right.
So we can vote on this calendar tonight, is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, we need to. Well, that is Dr. Bishop's preference.
It's my preference because
let's do that now.
We need to get a new calendar out to people,
it's too late,
or at least a new start date out to people so that they're aware of when that start date will be. Whether or not we send out the full adopted or revised calendar, we might not want to do that because there hasn't been a decision yet about whether or not we're going to go with hybrid or some other option for the year. So I do think it's important that we at least get information out to families and to our staff about a revised start date if that's what you.
So you want to vote on the other first before we vote on the calendar?
No, it needs to be, well, no, it wouldn't have to be. I mean, I just need a start date tonight, really, Mr. Schutte, is what I'm asking for.
Okay.
These colors might change because if for some reason there's a decision to do 100% virtual, then the blues and oranges don't matter.
Do you feel like the staff, like you and your staff, are ready to get going with the August 17th start date? Or
We
do
are
you need
working
more
on, we are
time?
working on this constantly. What I will say is this, preparation in this is key. And, ultimately, we're going to be asking for plans to be fully finalized in the next week, basically. And then we're going to move forward. So preparation is key.
Mhm.
And we're going to have people who are, who need a lot of support in order to be able to conduct virtual lessons in a way that we need them to. So my recommendation still stands that we start school, we push it 2 weeks to allow us the appropriate time to prepare and to be able to do it right.
Okay. I can't do a motion, but if we want to discuss it further, I need a motion on the table.
I move to approve a revised 2020-2021 calendar with a school start date of August 31st, 2020.
Second. Any further discussion?
Do we have an idea of what the neighboring localities are doing for start dates?
Yes, Winchester was supposed to start on the 10th. They have pushed it back right now, but might push it back again. I don't want to speak for them, but in conversation with the superintendent in Winchester, I know that they've revised the date once, and his recommendation is going to be that they revise it a second time. Dr. Sovine and Frederick, and I talked with them both last Thursday as we talked about our plans and shared some ideas. They are also considering pushing their date back. And again, I don't want to speak publicly for either of those gentlemen, but I know that Frederick County's plan will actually not be presented to their board until next Tuesday. And the recommendation will be that they also push their start date back.
And Loudon is pushed back.
Loudon's pushed back till after Labor Day. Fairfax County decided last week to push back till Labor Day or till after Labor Day. But those are formally adopted and approved. I don't, like I said, I don't want to speak for Winchester or Frederick other than I know that Winchester's already made one accommodation and might make a second, and Frederick is going to have a recommendation that comes out of the superintendent's office for a later start time or start date.
Any further discussion? Oh, go ahead.
Got a motion on the table.
We have a motion on the table. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, August 31st.
I'll get the word on that tomorrow.
Okay. We've gone through this plan. We do not need to have action tonight for it. I know it's late, but we need to definitely have some discussion about it.
You're not looking for any action tonight on that?
No. No. So.
I'll start and be brief.
Talking microphone.
I think that I think that we have seen this huge plan, and I totally respect the amount of effort and detail that's gone into it. But I think we also have to be prepared that we're going to be digital. I mean, I've seen too many comments around from other school districts and in various news things. I've seen the growth in the Dr. Bishop was referring to. And there's a long laundry list of things that can go wrong that would kick us into all digital. What's the list on the other side? It's it's a narrow path to keep it going. And the idea that Chuck mentioned of the rolling quarantines on the building, I don't see how that helps you. I really don't. I know and I understand and I sympathize with the families that have kids at home and are desperate to get their kids back. I do value face-to-face teaching. But if I had to put my money on the table, I would say that the majority of the semester is going to be spent all digital. I can't predict the future, but I think that's what's going to happen. And so that's really, if we're not having action tonight, that's my feeling. I feel like we've got to make a try, you know, for the other, but I feel as certain as I can feel about the future these days, that we're going to end up all digital in fairly short order. And I do agree with moving it back so you can make some planning. That's all I've got to say.
I have two comments on the plan that I didn't mention before. Let's get into those. I don't think walking to the high school was identified.
I made a note of that. That was
Okay,
one
great.
we also just threw in.
And, and then I was wondering about the buses and their windows. They open.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe there could be some investigation into a recommendation on what to do with the windows of the buses to, you know, kind of help or not with, you know, the transportation piece.
I did mention that it wasn't in the plan specifically, that our intent is to have the windows open. The issue is if it's raining outside, something like that, you open those windows, there's no grip guards or anything, so it blows in the windows.
Yeah. And then in terms of the plan, my perspective is that, you know, it's a lot of work and there's no easy path. There's no way that you can go that doesn't have actually major problems in however we pursue this. So it's really just a matter of doing the best we can with what we've got. And I think, you know, we're there with this plan. So I appreciate the work that you've done with it. And I look forward to getting feedback from constituents in the next week and, you know, hopefully bringing that up as appropriate. The one thing I think in the greater environment that really struck me was the notion that the schools are as safe as the communities that they're in terms of the infection rates. And so, you know, we're going to be relying a lot on the citizens of Clarke County to be doing the right thing and doing what they can to reduce our local exposure. In the state, the cases for Virginia have gone down. They are appearing to maybe come back up. But when you dig in a little bit, that's driven by the east and the southwest. The north is level, the northwest is lower, the central is lower. So we're fortunate to be in an area that has actually decreasing. And so that's good for our community, and we need to hopefully continue with that. And then when you look at the criteria for, you know, how do you proceed? It's interesting that the state says that you can, you know, do it in a variety of these ways, and then it's up to this group to determine how we proceed. Are we 100% virtual? Are we hybrid? Are we all the way in? And how are we going to pull that off? And so, you know, here we are. And then I look around at, you know, what are the metrics that help us decide? The one thing that's on the state VDH is the infection rate per 100,000. Clark's at 420 per 100,000. Frederick 626, Winchester 1,267, Loudon 1,089, Warren 782, Fauquier 703. So we look around again, we're in a uniquely good place, and I think that in my mind pushes me towards the idea of opening rather than the 100% virtual. And so as long as that's maintained, then I feel like it's a rational and supported plan to offer the opportunity for kids to get back to the buildings.
I'll go. I'm not 100% convinced that we can or even should have in-person school this fall, except for in the case of our most vulnerable learners. And I looked through the the equitable learning direction from the state of Virginia. They direct us to prioritize our vulnerable students and have them in the buildings, or prioritize them. And I can see that if we offered in-person services to those that are most affected by remote learning, most negatively affected by remote learning, that includes ELL, special education, free and reduced lunch students, students who are younger, and we prioritized having them in the building, we might have a chance to stay open a little bit longer if we provide services to a small in-person service and education to a smaller group. I think that we are rural, but I think it would be unrealistic to assume that we will stay insulated from this virus because we're rural. We're deeply connected to Loudoun, Fairfax, DC, Winchester, and Frederick County through our parents and commuters to those different areas. And then when I think about the number of possible scenarios that could potentially close schools or portions of schools over and over and over, to me that seems more disruptive to students and to families who need childcare than to go virtual and know that they need something consistent every day for their students. I think we all know that we are going to end up virtual at some point, and I would love to, I think, in my mind, I think we should be using this time that we have to make that as high quality and robust of a program as possible, because if our job is to provide education, and we know that education is probably going to be delivered virtually for the majority of the year, this plan is incredibly detailed and and I'm appreciative of the work, and we could probably use some of it next fall when we're returning. If it doesn't, if we don't have in-person school this year, but that's my feeling, that I think it's realistic to assume that we'll end up virtual, and I'd like to spend our resources there.
I'm glad that we have a week to kind of process this plan, and then to also communicate with our constituents and stakeholders involved in this decision. I keep thinking to myself that it's more important to be proactive than reactive in this situation, which is not going to be a popular opinion amongst many. But I don't want us to wait until things have blown up and become out of control and then we course correct. I also think that it's important to remember that, there was some frustration just because it was a challenge last spring to go to digital learning so quickly. And I think that it's important for families to remember that if we decide to go virtually in the fall, that more time, thought, preparation is going to go into that. And that it's going to be different. And looking at the plan today made me think, just as a parent, we're going to need to get it together at home. That you know, you're going to be expected to attend these virtual classes at 8:15, and that's going to be a challenge for, you know, for our community, because many of us, I can only speak for myself and my family, but you know, we are not up at 8:15 ready to do school, and so there is going to be accountability either way, whether it's a hybrid plan or virtual learning, and we need that. We need the structure, and we need children getting back into a routine. But again, I'm glad that we have a week to process this, and I think that this plan, it's going to be utilized. It may not, I don't know if it will be utilized August 31st, but eventually we're not going to just quickly go back to the way things were. So it's just my thought. And then one other thing that's completely not COVID related. No, seriously, this is important to me. So by Johnson Williams, you know, the cut through to get to Swan Avenue, it really makes me nervous right now because so many children and families are using Johnson Williams, which I love because it's great to see people out walking, riding bikes, dogs, all that stuff. But people really fly through that cut through, and it scares me. And I saw a car going through the other day, and I was terrified that a child was going to come around the corner riding a bike. So if we could, I don't know if we can close it, if we can talk to.
Stop sign.
What's that?
Stop sign.
Something, I don't know, but it was, you know, the area that I'm talking
This has
about.
always been the pain point, right? This one, is that the one?
We have the gate back there, but we can't leave it closed at certain times.
Oh, okay.
For access, emergency vehicle access around the building if needed. So we did install that gate, but it can't be closed all the time.
Okay.
Let me see what we can.
I like the cut through living in town, but it does scare me.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, I started off this meeting saying I was gonna be the devil's advocate, so I'm just gonna put a lot on the table here. If people are still watching on YouTube, for those of you who are, hopefully you can disseminate some of this information. I will reiterate that if you have questions, if you have concerns, please reach out to us. I would rather the community get the correct information than spread misinformation. So we have a week to decide, so please reach out to us. Speaking of social media and the community in which we live in, I know that there are a lot of people, and I will say this again, that don't believe in this COVID stuff, that do not believe in the masks. I know bus drivers who don't believe in the mask. And so if folks want their kids to return to school, whether it's 100% or whether it's hybrid, then we need you to be socially responsible for the rest of us. Full stop, period. Ms. Michael said in her comments, what's our bottom line? Our bottom line is keeping everybody healthy and safe. That is our bottom line. We have so many questions. We have so many different scenarios, so many different circumstances with what are we going to do if the teacher tests positive? What are we going to do if the student tests positive? Who's going to do contact tracing? Are people even going to be compliant with contact tracing? Who's going to wear masks? If parents at home don't feel like their kids should wear masks, then how are we going to enforce that. Now our teachers are becoming our mask police. Now classrooms are becoming disruptive because we're constantly saying, put your mask on, put your mask on. You look at all the guidance, half the guidance contradicts the other. 6 feet social distancing, you don't need a mask. But then we're requiring a mask. We sit here with masks. So what are we going to do? So if we say we're doing masks in classrooms, but then the governor or CDC says, we don't necessarily think you need masks with 6 feet, but we feel strongly about it, what are we going to do? So I am, and then I'm really concerned about nurses. I'm really concerned about nurses. We know that nurses are out there, front lines, going to work every single day, risking their own health. And now we have nurses here in our school who, obviously it's not to the same degree, but still, we're going to be putting them in harm's way. This is what they signed up for. They didn't sign up for COVID. Obviously, no one did. But we're going to need to take care of them. I don't know what that looks like, but I think it's something we definitely have to think about. If we go 100% virtual, which I know we talked about, and it's sort of on the table, there will be furloughs. So for those teachers who feel strongly about wanting to be home 100%, or that's what we need to be doing, know that there will be furloughs, plain and simple. And if we do hybrid, and a month later, we go to 100% digital, there will be furloughs. And that's going to affect a lot of people. And then going back to the rolling school closures, it's just going to keep happening. We know it is. This isn't going away. This is a complete unknown that we are planning for. It has been since March. It has been all summer long, spring long for Dr. Bishop. I said this last time, this is a moving target, and it's a target we don't even know. All we know is we want to get our kids in school, which, by the way, I think I can speak for everybody, that is absolutely what we want. There's no doubt in my mind that we want anything different. We want our kids in school. We want them to have interaction with their teachers. We want to close this gap from this time that they've lost. The bottom line for me is keeping our kids and our teachers healthy and safe. And that also means, in turn, we are going to try to keep the community healthy and safe. But the community has to take care of us too, and has to take care of the students, has to take care of the teachers. So this is a group effort. I know that everybody's wondering what we're going to do about childcare. I know everybody's wondering about if teachers go on a 14-day quarantine, who's going to pay? I understand all this. I understand we have single parents who have to work. I understand, you know, we have folks who have little kids at home. How are they going to teach their kids at school? I get all of this. I understand. We as a school system do not have the answers. And we won't come up with the answer that everybody's going to like. That's for sure. And we're going to get a lot of pushback on whatever we decide. And even some of these things that are in the plan, I question a little, and we'll talk about that more. So whatever we decide, I just feel like we have to be in this together. And there's just, we talk about the unknowns, and we talk about the unknowns that we don't even know. Dr. Bishop and I talked all week, last week and the week before, and we talk about one thing, and we're like, yeah, great. And then it ends up taking us to 5 rabbit holes. We talk about each of those rabbit holes, takes us to 10 more. There is so much here. This is not easy. This is not an easy decision. And so again, if anybody's still watching on YouTube at midnight, please reach out to us. Please talk to us. Please reach out to Dr. Bishop's office. I think I'm done. The accountability is going to be big. It's going to be on the teachers, it's going to be on the parents, and it's going to be on this community. We all have to sign up for this. And there might be an overcorrection. And I don't know if it's going to be the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. All I know is we're trying to do the best we can with the information we have. And this is not a political thing. This is for real. This is what's best for our community, what's best for our students and our teachers. Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, so at our next meeting, the intent is to approve a plan.
Yeah,
Okay, would there be a benefit? I feel like there might be a benefit for us to have a work session prior to that meeting.
Wait a second.
To discuss this more?
Yeah,
Have more
that's
discussion.
my sense. I mean, other things three,
Isn't
but
it next week though? Is
Yeah.
it the next meeting next?
it's on Monday.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, so, talking like, Friday, Saturday,
Thursday.
Sunday, one of those days, Sunday, Sunday sometime, whatever, but, the idea being that, we're taking this, a lot of people watch tonight, we're gonna get a lot of feedback, and then there's gonna be a lot of, ideas and interest in changing things, mixing it up. It doesn't, I guess, there's some logistic problems with posting it prior to the meeting, but nonetheless, I mean, if there's gonna be changes, just a thought and suggestions, others can have their opinions as well.
I'm okay with the work session, but I guess I want to make sure I understood the,
I guess
The value.
my question is, from a staff perspective, is what more would you want from us? I mean,
What more
as
information?
we've
can we
gone
get?
through the plan, I know there's a couple of adjustments we need to make, like for walkers, et cetera. But I haven't heard a lot of other
big adjust, like
big
updates.
adjustments or
changes.
additional clarification that might be needed.
So are we wanting to have a work session are we wanting to provide him more guidance or ask him to change a couple things? Or are we wanting to have a work session to still do this? And then also in hopes that we're hearing from constituents or community members, and so we can kind of mold those ideas around.
That's my thought.
I think a work session could be a good idea, and maybe, we don't have another meeting that goes till midnight on Monday, if we can have some of that discussion at a work session.
Yeah, you can't have your discussion at the beginning of the meeting next week?
We can, but then how long are we going to talk about it?
Well, I think we don't have to hear or rehash. We've done that. So it would just be an expanded.
Well, if we have 90 minutes of comment.
I don't have another 6-hour meeting in me.
I mean, I guess if you're wondering what else we'd like to see, I would like to see more information on what a virtual only program would look like. I would really want to see some expansion on that idea.
That's a lot to put together, Zara.
Yeah, I know.
In 4 or 5 days. That definitely is a lot to get together, to put together.
I guess,
I guess maybe just your thoughts about.
I'm just anticipating some feedback this coming week. I'd like to just reserve the opportunity to have, some time to discuss it prior to an action meeting. And, if that feedback doesn't materialize, it might be a record short meeting. But if it does, it might not.
Mr. Robert, what do you think?
I'm not for a meeting over the weekend. This weekend. I think that's what John said, having a meeting Sunday or something like
Just
that.
throwing out dates? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not for that. I think we should just have a discussion at the beginning of the meeting next week, particularly in light of the 5.5 to 6 hour meeting tonight.
I think it depends too on what degree you want to make public feedback. I mean, if we read 50 comments, then that's one thing. If you have those to review prior to and discuss, then that's something else. Again, it depends on what your intent is.
My intent is to give you some direction on Monday, and I'm just trying to get us together so that we can provide you what you need to, get on.
I mean, let's say on Monday, we are voting on this plan and we don't approve it. Then are you back to the drawing board? So there could be about some value in.
Well, it sounds to me like the decision is hybrid or 100% remote. So not approving the plan, I'm not sure. I mean, there could be tweaks to it, but the decision ultimately is, are we going to move forward with a hybrid or are we going to move forward with a virtual learning academy for the first semester, for the entire year, whatever that is.
Yeah.
So from my perspective, that's the decision that will be made. There could be tweaks to the plan. There could be adjustments that you would like to see. But the real decision is move forward with hybrid or virtual.
Well, if you go with hybrid, you have to have a virtual component anyway.
Correct.
Because people have so it's hybrid plus virtual or just virtual. Those
Yeah,
are
and the
choices.
difference might be between a hybrid approach or a 100% virtual is the amount of face-to-face contact
Yeah.
to a virtual environment, those kinds of things. So there'll be some adjustments that would have to be made.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I know on Monday, as the chair, I want us to decide.
Okay,
I'd like there to be action, and I'd like us to approve something.
that's fine.
My preference is not to have to wait any longer. Right, the community's waiting, like, I know I'm waiting as a mom. Obviously, Dr. Bishop and his staff are waiting in bated breath, so,
Okay.
I think what I'm saying though is that if our decision on Monday is we approve the plan as written or not, right, then we're left with no plan.
No.
no, we're
No,
gonna
it's either
approve
hybrid plus
hybrid.
virtual or all virtual. That's the choice.
So we're gonna approve hybrid, which is this plan, or we're gonna approve 100% virtual, or 100%.
Which is not written down.
Not written down,
Anything.
but that's,
Okay,
right, and we're not gonna get that in 5 days, right? So,
I get that.
so then, once we decide that, if Dr. Bishop does need to all of a sudden start coming up with a plan for 100% virtual, then he'll have to start working on that, and
He's
we'll
also
probably
got-
have another
He
meeting.
also has some personnel decisions
Oh, absolutely,
if we go all virtual.
absolutely, and we need to get the survey out to parents.
Yeah.
So, but once he knows what we're doing, then he can move forward, especially the survey. It's just dawned on me, especially the survey for the parents. So, okay, do we want a work session?
Okay.
Me too.
I'm kind of with Chip, I don't really want it on the weekend, to be honest.
I don't need one.
And we, it's up to you, you know. It's up to you.
You're talking Sunday, haven't it?
No,
Oh, that's what.
no, it's just a suggestion.
You have to have about 3 days.
3 days notice.
No, so
What's today? Monday.
early after.
Early
Friday.
So Friday would be,
Okay, well, the earliest is Friday anyway, right? Okay, so let's talk in the morning. And then we can figure out.
usually
We can
it's already
figure out,
Tuesday.
we can figure out a date. And not that I'm not understanding why you want a work session, I get it, but, I guess let's just like make sure it's gonna be of value. And I'm not saying it's not, but I don't want to be here till 11 o'clock Monday night either. So if we can hash out stuff at this work session. And we'll stream it again. Right?
We'll figure that out, yes. We've actually ordered our own streaming equipment, so hopefully that's in by the time you have your next meeting. We can have it installed.
Okay.
Because out of all of this, the one positive thing we've heard is people were participating in the virtual meetings, so we might get more activity and people participating in school board decisions.
Yeah. Okay, anything else? We did closed session, right?
Yes.
All right, I'm adjourning. Thanks, everybody, for sticking around.
So, I'm not here.
And then, I mean,
There you go.
Oh, good.
Good job. That's fine. Yeah, you just push the red button. That's all you got to do.
I thought you would love.